Awesome. Ba-da-ba-ba. Alrighty then. Making sure everything is good. People in chat, can you please hear us? Hello? Alrighty. Sorry about the delay. That was, first we had a member running late. It was Fatman. And
it wasn't me.
Then, and then, I had to make sure I double checked the audio, and it's like, oh, the audio wasn't working. So I'm glad I caught that beforehand. So yes, everything should be good to go now. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil. Joining me, actually more notable, not joining me right now is Twilight Guardian, who is basically someone was talking shit about Mimi from Digimon down in one of the cartels, and she went to go kick their ass. So that's where she is right now. She's kicking ass in Mexico somewhere.
We've seen pictures of the bodies.
Yes. God, so many bodies. So many. But joining me, as always, is the maniacal Kaiser Shonen. Okay, I'm glad you could roll with that one. And joining us as guests, as our regular reoccurring guests at this point, we have Fatmanfalling, I Know Nothing, and PeriodicPete.
Hello.
What up?
Sup, gents?
And joining us for the very first time is I've never learned how to pronounce your name. Calxiyn.
Oh shoot.
Calxiyn. You see, you say Calxiyn like it's like there's an A in there that doesn't exist.
Did I tell you guys that I ended up on the tragedy subreddit, the name subreddit? So there's a whole subreddit for baby names, and it is like tragedy, but it's spelled like kind of like how a white lady would, spell out her kids' name with a bunch of extra letters.
EIGH.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So somebody took a picture of my sign in the background, and they said, "How would you pronounce this?" And after 300 comments, they finally realized that my name was not just like Caitlyn, but my mom thought that it would be nice if I was special and I put like the T sideways. They realized that it was a screen name, and there were some very interesting interpretations on how to pronounce it, so I don't blame you. I just used like what Google Translate told me when I was like 13 in probably like a language that was not set up like correctly. Like not even the English Google Translate. I just picked the one that I liked.
I mean, I was gonna say, like, I always thought, like, before I like learned anything about you in any depth, I thought it was like a Kingdom Hearts reference.
It is, yeah.
Oh, okay, it is. Okay, perfect, excellent.
Yeah, like I thought. Okay.
But the oh god, I penned up the name Raymond McNeil's organization name. I can't remember what it was though. I'd have to look up where I wrote it. I wrote it somewhere. It might be fun if we ever do a Kingdom Hearts stream. We all put on clocks and we just give ourselves those names.
Yeah. Just
I'll just put another X.
You have to put another X in.
No. It's got to be like the Greek X. Like I can't remember exactly which letter it is. Yeah, chi. Yeah, but it has to be that one.
Well, no, in Kingdom Hearts, they're very adamant about calling it Key. Like they even highlight Xehanort's like, yes, the oldest letter, Key, sometimes pronounced Kai, but I'm going to pronounce it Key. So you can call the ultimate Keyblade the Keyblade. It's so goofy. I kind of love it.
It's fantastic.
I find it especially funny because I've been playing through Midnight Suns, and they do like a very similar thing where they have vampires, but there are also vampires with a Y, and you can only differentiate in the subtitles. And they point out how silly it is, but they do it anyway.
I didn't hear a Y in your pronunciation.
What are you talking about? I did.
It's like Spider-Man being like, I don't think you hyphenated my name.
The thing that I was going to say was thank you to Luby or something for the custom Luby for a custom thumbnail. Like as you can see in my little bit, you can see me holding my son who is very scared of the people around him.
You gotta give yourself a little hand
right behind Batman.
So you can
man. Pink box around me that I can't go away.
Yeah, I don't know. You see, we got a glyph around I know nothing. We got a box around you. We just
I don't know what this is. I don't want to make it go away.
It's your domain expansion.
Yeah.
Domain
Organization
expansion,
12 is actually
periodic table.
Organization Key 2. It's Organization 13, Billy. And actually, there's not even just 13 members.
Yeah, Organization 13 with 14 members.
With 14 members,
Yeah.
but also another 13 because there's another Organization 13.
Well, no, that's the real organization.
Yeah, that's a real
The
organization.
fake organization. Like the one with 14 members, which actually makes sense that it would be the fake one.
Have you guys played through all of the games? Because I feel like that's a funny stream idea if I was like, all right, I'm going to teach Celtic and Fatman and everybody else on the podcast what happens in Kingdom Hearts.
No.
No,
I
I was gonna say, I am-
5 years old.
I-
I'm a fucking veteran.
Yeah,
when it
me.
comes to that.
I think everyone here. I think me, Fatman, and Kaiser, and especially Twy. We're all hardcore Kingdom Hearts veterans at this point.
Oh, okay, good.
I
good,
know
good.
a lot about the story, but I'm technically playing the games for the very first time.
So,
Yeah.
Minor tidbit, but when I first asked, like, what's the story of Kingdom Hearts? I watched my roommate leave the room, come back with a bottle of Jack Daniels, down that thing halfway, and say, "So there was the Keyblade War."
Yeah.
And then I sat in place for 3 hours.
Yeah. I'm only a Kingdom Hearts veteran because, like, Twilight basically gave me a piggyback ride through the whole thing.
Well, that's what you see, you'll
you're-
learn this
you're a
quickly.
Kingdom Hearts apprentice.
The longer you stick around, you will learn that Twy has a habit of kidnapping people and indoctrinating them into the cult of Kingdom
Oh,
Hearts.
good.
yeah,
I
as you should.
have it on record for the Tundra Discord that I called Sephiroth's boss fight so hard that it made me racist against him. It's a long story, but it's not something we should get into.
Wait. I know which one.
KH2.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah,
I
the
was bad at the
KH2 one
game.
is so much easier.
Because
I think
gives you the
Kate
reaction
Blanchett is
commands.
I'm bad at the games, okay?
I'm the weird one out. I think I might be the only one here that played the original Kingdom Hearts, not Final Mix. When I played it when it first came out. Twy doesn't even.
Well, you're definitely the first one who's probably beaten it.
Okay, so are you playing?
Yeah,
are you not playing?
I definitely rented it from Blockbuster back when it was on the PS2.
But like,
I
I
have
didn't
my
finish it then.
PS2 copy, but I'm not sure if it would the PS2 have a final mix release.
I
or
think it
was that
did, but I
later?
don't know. Like I got, the original game. I didn't have the final mix version. And so like there are people that are playing through it and they have these nice things like being able to press triangle to activate the freaking Ragnarok and Strike Raid. I never fucking used them because in the original game you had to scroll down to the bottom where literally
Oh, yeah,
all
I think I had the original
yeah,
too.
so basically I had the game was so much harder for me as a kid because all the like hard hitting moves that I would be using as a physical build weren't open to me.
There's a guy who's doing a really, really in-depth retrospective of the Kingdom Hearts series called Tetramore, and he uploaded his review of the first one like a couple years ago. It's like 3 hours long. He goes in depth into like how cheap the Sephiroth boss fight is in the first game.
Yeah.
Like he literally goes like frame by. He talks about like the actual like frames of like attack animations and compares them to like different kinds of situations, sometimes where he's staggered, sometimes where he's not. He goes really in depth, and like I'm watching him talk about this even like after having beaten it. I'm like, man, how the fuck did anyone beat this thing on the original game?
Oh god, Adam Zelke, I am now imagining an Arcane level in a KH game. I mean,
Dude, that'd be baller.
well, I was gonna say we basically got what the storyline would look like with Arcane Season 2.
Yeah.
Truncated all to hell.
Nice segue. Thank you, Adam Zelke.
Yeah, that helps a lot. It has been a while since we've touched on Arcane. We've been kind of doing other things.
It's been a
Twy,
while.
partly because Twy is burned out on Arcane, so and she wasn't really interested in us kind of thrashing on it. I still love Season 2, but I have to admit a lot more is like, yeah, they really could have done so much better. The more I got in my head, they could have expanded it into multiple seasons from what they had, and I don't know why they structured it the way they did. it's like the more that's gotten in my head, the more I just can't stop thinking about it. But maybe since everyone here has roughly given their thoughts on Arcane 1 and 2, maybe we should let Calxiyn have the floor and give her thoughts on Arcane as individual seasons than as a whole.
Oh boy. Okay. So I watched the first season after all of the hype was done. Like I reacted to it by myself because Hunter had already seen it. I liked the first season. There were a couple times that things just happened to me. I can't really think of a good example right now, but like for example of another show, in Beastars, there's a murder right at the beginning of the show. And I was like, oh, okay, so we have to solve the murder, right? And then people had to tell me, no, season 2 will solve the murder. You're not going to hear about that murder for another, like, 14 episode, whatever. So sometimes, like, especially reacting in a vacuum, a couple of those things happen where I think that some of the things I didn't enjoy were kind of my fault for focusing on the wrong things. But, like, generally, I had a high opinion of season 1. With season 2, Hunter and I were, like, pretty much on board until the episode that we're talking about, like, today, basically. But then for the last two, for 8 and 9, right? Like, that's where it all just went to shit, and we were so mad, and people were mad at, people were, like, unsubscribing because they hated our reaction so much, and I'm like, guys, we're not gonna lie to you, we're not gonna pretend that we liked it when we didn't, you know, so that was interesting. But yeah, I hated the ending. I had hatred in my heart. I was crashing out on Twitter. And so for the
speaking of crashing
season,
out,
I
who
thought
just
it was
died?
Mostly good.
Fatman. Wait, no,
No,
Fatman, sorry.
I'm right here.
Oh,
Kaiser.
was it? Oh, it's Kaiser.
So Cal, on that statement of, oh, this episode right here broke you, and then everything else kind of fell through. Let me go to your channel and click the subscribe button.
So yeah,
It's been
while you're at it,
interesting
you got a Patreon, you got a
And
any other, you got a Twitter and Instagram, or
well,
it's been so interesting too because now on Twitter, people are talking about the things that Hunter and I had an issue with like day one, and they're like, you know, in hindsight, this was kind of shit, and I'm like, yeah, I know, I was there, and where were all of you guys? Like, I feel like that now the popular opinion of the fandom is what we were getting flamed for 3 months ago, so I'm a bit salty.
Yeah, that's unfortunately. Where are the pins? I gotta put the pins back up. What did you do?
Please do, yes. Several of them are going to be done in this particular episode.
Excellent.
I've been saving them for this episode.
So yes, to that point, like, because I remember you watching through season 1, and I remember commenting on your posts and talking about. I loved how, like, when you were going through and you were like, "Who are the bad guys? Who are the good guys?" And like, I was just like, "Cal, it's not quite that clear cut," and it's like all that stuff, and suddenly you vanished again. Oh, there you are. Okay, good.
I may have to fix that.
Yeah, now you're having a seizure. That's wonderful. You can't comprehend moral ambiguity. You're that's it. It makes you seize. That's all it does.
Get down tonight.
But yeah, no. So I had a lot of fun listening to your thoughts on Arcane season 1, and then when season 2 came out, I remember, like, if you watch mine, Fatman's reactions, there was. I felt satisfied by the end, but I also felt like there was something off. And because, like, I was just kind of leaning back and enjoying it, not trying to, well, I tried to be analytical, but I also recognize in the heat of the moment, you don't think too deeply about it. So I was, wrapped up like a lot of people in the big hype moments. But then, like, things just didn't settle right. And, like, started seeing more and more criticism and people being like, yeah. And then we started talking about it on the stream. And it's like, yeah, season 2 is kind of all over the place, unfortunately. It really is.
And then you were like, if even Calxiyn is crashing out, it must be bad.
Like this, I think the thing for me is that, like, I wasn't nearly as enamored with season 1 as other people were. So when I'm like, yeah, it's about as good as season 1, it's not because I thought that season 2 was, like, super amazing. It was like, oh yeah, they're both about the same, like, pretty good.
I can actually pinpoint that in particular because the animation quality, the music quality, and the overall art direction, as well as, like, everything visual about the season, both of them are pretty on par. And
yeah. Performance-wise as well, like basically
Exactly.
everything except for the actual like substance of the story.
Mm-hmm. So I
think
apologize in advance. To quote Josh in particular, I am going to call a drop on this episode.
All right,
Sorry.
well, let us get into it. Well, Kaiser is he's just. I'm just gonna mute. I'm gonna turn off his thing until he comes back. There we go. All right, no longer Eldritch Kaiser, and we'll get back to. If you guys see, I'm streaming a Arcane episode 6. So if you want to watch that while we scroll through, because that's typically how we go through this. I believe episode 6, is this the only one besides 7 that doesn't open with a music video?
I believe so, yes, actually.
So this is like, and also now MPV is not working. MPV, hello?
No.
Hello? Hello? Oh, there we go. All right, it's back. We're good. Thank you, Scuff. Scared the fuck out of me again. All right. So, keep this muted because it needs to be muted. We open on, well, the death of Salo, but also Victor talking about, well, musing on the of what happened to Jace and trying to figure out, like, well, first of all, he says, this isn't Jace. He's been touched by something ancient. There's another will at work within him. Ancient, like, we've never seen a complexity like this. And they call it chaos.
Tried looking in a mirror.
Yeah, I'm
saying Victor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shut up. We're not
I
continuing
know
that
we're
gag.
not at that episode yet, but like it's kind of relevant, just a little bit. I just felt like. What happened?
Kaiser's back, so let me try and.
Oh, Kaiser, welcome back.
Yo.
Okay, guys, I am so.
You just got cut off. Yeah, we'll give
And
him.
there he goes.
Yeah, we'll give him a moment. Here.
Oh no.
So already interesting questions about this because it does.
We'll probably get feedback.
Oh, okay, you're back. All right, let me put you back online. Perfect. All right. Yay.
Eric from the chat, Jace thought Salo was a kid.
Oh,
Oh dear.
God damn it, Kaiser.
Jesus,
no.
Kaiser, come on, man.
Now everything's messed up.
Get your
Everything
code
is
in order.
wrong. Everything is Eldritch. Help.
Oh God.
Ah.
I mean, I don't even know
Kaiser,
how
save
something
us.
like this happens.
I don't know what Bible this is accurate to. I don't know if I want to read it.
Job, probably.
Like, you know, on my streams, sometimes Mark turns into like a gray square. But like, I have no idea how you just completely lose the plot every time somebody shows up unannounced.
Yeah, again,
It's
impressive.
It's because of how I'm screen capping it. Okay, so do we have any thoughts on Victor's words here? Like the thing that Jace has been touched by, the ancient thing.
What the fuck was that supposed to be?
It's, okay, so I will
Do we
be
want to jump a
100.
couple episodes ahead to kind of like, because like knowing, in order for us to like kind of comment on it, it does kind of require us to talk on where exactly Jace was during or like before that
Yeah.
time. But
Mhm.
Because I understand like physically what it was, but I'm like, well, why? I don't know. I'm just like, why did you say it like that? Was that really an important? I don't know.
It feels
What
misleading
words
more than it
again?
does.
Yeah,
exploratory.
exactly.
yeah, like he's
It's-
being like he's possessed by something, and I mean to a
It's-
certain extent you can kind of potentially see it, but then like when it's revealed later,
He's possessed
Um,
by madness at best, and that's not really
Yeah.
possession.
yeah. I'm not
And
even
that's
sure
kind
if
of,
I
I
like
think,
that.
my problem with that. I'm just like, it sounded, because I had a bunch of theories about, oh, the Void and, Vel'Koz or whatever, because I play League and I like the Void characters. And so that's where I thought, yeah, I only play Vel'Koz and Malzahar.
This is getting out of hand.
Oh,
Now there are two of
but-
them.
But yeah, so I was thinking, oh, they're infected by, the Void, whatever, like some, I don't know, opposing force or whatever Victor was, had going on, but that didn't lead anywhere really. I mean, he was possessed, like, by madness, like we said, but
Right. What remind me? What were his words? I wasn't here for that
Oh
part.
yeah, his words.
Judged by something ancient.
Yeah.
The sophisticated
It's-
conjuration, a singularity, simultaneously self-replicating and self-annihilating.
Yeah.
We've never seen any complexity like this. Yeah, so I'm
The way that I would describe it is intrigue for the sake of intrigue, but when you get to the actual explanation, it doesn't have enough meat to really satisfy
because
anyone.
he's not
and it
actually
doesn't make
possessed by
sense.
anything. He was just he
Yeah.
went somewhere,
Well,
got fucked up pretty hard, and like
I'll say it in like this. He got fucked up by Alpha Victor's poor shitty ass planning.
yeah.
That's what he did. That's what happened to him.
Yeah, but like at the same time, it's like it's what like because we know what happens at the end where Victor sees what Jace saw. So are we presuming they did like? Are we presuming that it's going to be something along the lines of Professor X in Days of Future Past leaving a note for himself in Logan?
The way that I would describe it actually is that the process, despite how I'm going to keep calling him Alpha Victor for memes as well as just simplicity, despite his power, he can't keep people's minds intact between the dimensional shift, and that's what's causing the issue. Because let's be 100% honest, the rest of this episode can be described as, why did this happen? Oh, so the rest of the plot could happen. And because Alpha Victor can't do this, the rest of the plot happens.
Yeah. There's
So, okay, which one are you calling Alpha Victor?
Rise.
The one that
I was going to
Jace meets.
call him Ryzen Victor.
Yeah, Ryzen. The one that Jace
Ryzen.
meets at the end of the timeline.
Yeah, okay.
That's Alpha.
All right.
Yeah,
Big boy, fully god, what have you.
Yeah.
we may
Yeah,
be
okay.
getting ahead of ourselves, but that's another
Much
thing
so.
that everybody was telling me, no, Cal, it's not Victor from the future, it's Rise in season 1, because I had this exact same
Oh
theory.
my
Yeah,
God.
And now
yeah, that's-
everybody's like, oh, it was
called
Victor.
it. No,
Like, how?
the thing is, you called
What do
it.
you mean?
I don't think it's fair that you called it. I think
No,
I
there was no
legitimately.
evidence to suggest it.
Well,
Like,
Yeah.
here's the thing. Here's another thing. The Twy in our watch party with me and Kaiser actually called it as well. She actually got like mad at me, and she was really disappointed when I told her, "Oh no, it's this other character named Rise." There was like concept art of him and everything way back in season 1. They used Rise's face for the guy beneath the cloak, and and then like when it turned out to be right, I was like, "Oh well, shoot, okay."
Like, do we think they retconned that? Or
Absolutely.
Yes.
100%.
This-
I don't see how they couldn't
Cal,
have.
Cal,
Because I think
as-
about that at night.
Cal, as someone who plays LOL, you can see someone covered in runes, they show up out of nowhere, and then they cast Realm Warp. What else are you supposed to think but no, that's Rise?
I was gonna say we can go back a step. All right, guys, it's Riot Games. Of course, they retcon something.
That is true.
Unless they're saying that Arcane Rise is an alternate dimension,
Oh my
Victor.
God.
I
They would do
don't.
that.
I mean, like that
People
would.
are already going crazy over the Victor rewrites right now.
Would you
Yeah.
put it past them though? They already removed Blitzcrank.
That's
My boy!
hilarious.
My boy!
Would you put it past them?
Okay,
I
all
hope
right.
you
Now, in
do.
fairness,
I don't
I
wanna
can
get
see how
together.
it would be hard to integrate a character that sounds like one of the deluxe features at the local brothel. So, I mean,
I mean, I think that, I mean, at least prior to Arcane, I think it wouldn't be a far-fetched to say that about Heimerdinger, and yet I think he fits pretty well in season 1. But again, I'm also not a League player, so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
I think, and this is my running theory, is that they had a much longer plan for Arcane. I know there's that like 5-year theory that has been thrown around before, but I could easily see you getting, I've said it a billion times, and I'm going to say it a billion more. You could easily get 3 total seasons out of the content between seasons 1 and 2 here. You could have gotten 4 seasons. You could easily break up each of the major arcs in season 2 into its own season. In fact, I think that would probably have been the most preferable option. And I don't know, like, the 5 one is the one that gives me pause. Like, I don't know, that might be stretching it, but there could have been a lot more characters and a lot more different intrigue you could have thrown in there. But, like, you know,
still
with what we have, 4 is easily achievable. You could easily have stretched it out into a total of, what, 32 episodes? Is that right? Something like that? 36 episodes?
I also wonder if a big reason for that is just because they didn't want to take like 3-4 years per season. They wanted to move on to like other kinds of things.
Well, there's that going on. There's also, you know, theory about Netflix, and they don't like long-running series, especially ones that take long to develop. There's theory about they just wanted to rush into a Noxus series with Mel. There's a lot of different, you know, theories that go around about it, but the fact of the matter is, it feels like, especially with some of the developer speech, they're just kind of blowing smoke in our faces about it. Oh no, it was always supposed to be 2 seasons. It's like, I do not believe that. This was set up to be a much larger story.
I'm still trying to figure out the origin of the 5-season plan that got through, and I've gone down several rabbit holes.
Yeah,
right
like I
now,
said,
nothing has really borne through.
I remember that just being a rumor. I don't remember where that came from.
Final thing, by the way, specifically with Mel, I think Cal can appreciate this. My roommate actually had a psychotic break when Mel was first introduced as a champion, because holy fuck was she broken.
I've been playing her because she's broken.
I remember you talking about. Sorry,
Netflix has cancellation power over things like that. Like, they don't have creative control, but they can say, "Okay, we're going to end you after your 2nd season, so wrap it up." That's basically all they have to do.
So, for everybody in the chat who didn't know, originally, hi Kaiser, when Mel was first introduced, I believe her W was a reflection for literally everything. She could reflect ults, she could reflect skills, she could reflect attacks, and during the duration of that particular skill, she was immune to damage. And unironically, I think the original version of Mel, that particular skill, its cooldown was 2 seconds. It was active for 1 second. So there is no reason not to continuously press W and just win. And
I remember
in a team of DPSs, she had far and away the most damage because she just reflects everything.
Yeah, there was a video I linked to you guys a while back when you were first talking about that, of this guy who had never played Mel before, picked her up for the very first time, the very first game, and then went to look at the total damage dealt across the entire game per champion. His was not only at the top, it was higher than both the 2nd and 3rd place combined.
I wonder because I imagine they have nerfed her by now.
They have, yeah.
Okay, I was wondering, like, if I had gotten in on the ground floor, played League for the first time, and just chosen Mel. Just walked in.
Instantly go platinum.
Yeah, just instantly go platinum. That would have been hilarious to do.
You would have gotten platinum in an hour.
Fixing Ruby, let's go pro.
Yeah, screw that.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, like, they nerf her. I'm like, well, I'm gonna end my career, guys. It's been a good run.
Right. Also, I'm so sorry. After hearing what they did, the Blitzcrank, I just couldn't handle it for a minute.
Yeah.
But no, I feel like it's Discord just making up for the lack of scuff last week.
Yeah. Okay, so back to this episode, because we get that Victor musing that honestly makes no sense in retrospect.
Yeah.
And then
he doesn't recognize what he will become. Like, he can't...
true, but
he's
at the
losing
same time,
himself.
what is he recognizing in Jace? Like, he's been touched by something, but he'll say that's not Jace, but it is Jace.
I get where Fatman's coming from, but it's a case of you not recognizing yourself when you're older, I guess, if that makes sense. There's enough similarities for you to at least make a theory, but that's pure intrigue. That's pure hook, pure craziness.
Thanks for watching.
The stream ends.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing, basically, once you know the full context. It's like, wait, so if it was himself, would there not be something familiar there that he could latch onto? But also, is is he possessing Jace? Like, I don't entirely know what the mechanic is going on with Jace.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, I originally thought it was like a similar thing to like Xehanort, where he is just like a portal, or he himself has become a singularity. I thought it'd be something like that.
Well, I really just thought it had been like literally he got told the message from future Victor, and then at the end, like past or current Victor or whatever read Jace's mind and was like, oh. Fuck, that's where we end up? Okay, I guess I'll just hard turn out of this.
In a joke that I think only Cal will recognize, the first theory that I had was like Victor from the future was controlling Jace, but it was like a top laner trying to control an ADS.
But yes, as we go down, we get to basically the Noxus battleships that are floating off of Piltover, where Caitlyn is training with Ambessa, and Ambessa is going over the triangle of Noxus values, and basically trying to instill them in her, which I believe is it strength, mages, and subterfuge.
It's strength, guile, and wisdom.
Strength, guile, and wisdom, and then she adds a fourth prong to the triangle because she's, extra, and says sacrifice.
And this is where I think I know that we've talked about this before, Celtic, but it would be an easy fan service moment / finalization of the timeline. So like when talking about wisdom / vision, you'll be shown Swain. When talking about might, you be shown like an image of Darius. When talking about guile, you be showing a vision of LeBlanc.
Well, do we know what the status that Quo is in Noxus at this time?
As far as we know, no. But the 3-pronged system was made by Swain, so
okay.
it's really weird.
Well, it could be the other way. Who knows? It could be anything. They could literally just change shit up when they wanted to.
Oh, 100%.
So, no, that's a square. I mean, the Triforce has a fourth piece to it. It could be.
It's a pyramid.
Yeah.
It's a D4.
It's Operation Trident.
But I was gonna say one thing that I found interesting here, and I think ultimately I don't really like, is making Caitlyn kind of a close range fighter. That was a strange choice.
I mean, the thing about this particular scene is that might be my cynical brain talking. It justifies her doing the judo flip and flipping Vi later this episode. I was
literally just about to say that.
Yeah.
Well, then it also facilitates them having the fight at the end of the season.
Correct. So,
which I also like.
I'll be 100% honest. There's no fucking universe. There's no fucking universe where you can tell me that Caitlyn, even with a mage support, is taking Ambessa in a close range fight. I've seen that bitch's ult. She's going to run straight through Caitlyn.
Well, I mean, okay. Let's also be fair. Arcane is not 1-to-1 with the games, or else we would have.
Let me joke, Celtic man.
I guess my beef is I don't mind Ambessa trying to train like Caitlyn in hand to hand, but I wish what they had done is call back to the lady from season 1. I don't remember her name. The cop lady that
Grayson
and her have the backstory of shooting.
Yeah,
like I wish that they had somehow called back to Grayson and like Ambessa's forcing Caitlyn to be something she's not, and then remember Grayson said these words to you, but like that didn't go really anywhere.
I would have liked, because like I would have loved to see the ideologies of Ambessa and Grayson conflicting against one another as like the two role models for Caitlyn. Like the idea of Caitlyn trying, like, just like if I'm forming in my own fan fiction for like how I have done the 4 total seasons, it's like, well, in season 2, which would be arc 1 of the actual season 2, Caitlyn has been trying to to do the Grayson style of enforcement. She's trying to be the next Grayson. She's trying to keep this, and it's not working. It's not working. It's not working. Things keep getting worse and worse and worse. Steps in Ambessa, who comes in with an iron fist and is like, no, this is how you do things. And it starts to work. And that's where,
it actually gives the results.
Yeah, it gets results. And so that's where season 3/arc 2 picks up and follows through. It's like Caitlyn falling down this path of it's doing things, it's working, it's doing all these great things, but she's still conflicted because she wants to believe in the ideals of Grayson. And you could show throughout that season the cracks in Ambessa's ideology, which then leads to the complete fissure in it in the final season, where Caitlyn breaks free of it and chooses her own path as a no, Grayson wasn't always right. Grayson had her problems. Ambessa absolutely is not always right. I'm going to find a new path as the new sheriff. Like that sort of thing. I would have been so psyched for that. And now that I just thought of that off the top of my head, I am angry we didn't get it.
It's a very... the thing is that that's a very, I won't say it's an obvious arc because that sounds demeaning, but it kind of is. It's the thing that you would think fits the best given what they established with her character up to this point.
Yeah.
Well, it's a case of, we've talked about this before, but sometimes tropes are used and done over and over because they work. It's a very treading ground and laid foundation. There's nothing wrong with that.
I know. Stop ripping off my video.
Well, I was going to say,
hey, man, you make good videos. Fuck off.
Caitlyn releasing a prisoner so they can go buddy cop on the underground so that you have a street smart and someone who's by the book. It's that's picture perfect buddy cop bullshit. But they did it great. I mean, okay, I actually, of season 1, one of my biggest issues was the relationship between Vi and Caitlyn. And quite frankly, it's my common joke, especially for season 2, is they speed run the abusive lesbian relationship.
Oh my god.
They really do. It's I have big problems with them as a couple in terms of they just did not get enough build. But that's just that's all those tropes ultimately did work out. And then season 2 just didn't. Adam Zelke, also the scene shows more of Rictus charging his runes, foreshadowing them having a limited use. Very much so. I do appreciate how much focus is put on the runes, which I think a lot of people are like, oh, spears versus guns, you're not winning. It's they're magic spears.
It's a case of, congratulations, guys. Don't look at them as spears versus guns. Look at them as guns versus portable railguns.
Yeah. So then Singed approaches, and he's like, I've tracked the big wolf boy. He's in Zon.
How?
I'm not sure how.
I don't know either. I presume that he managed to figure out how to do blood magic shit.
He pickpocketed the compass off of Jack
How dare
Sparrow.
you say that, Cal? How dare you? But the second thing is he goes oh, I've tracked him to Zon. Congratulations. That's the equivalent of saying, I've tracked someone to Dallas.
Yeah, I've tracked someone. Don't worry, guys. I've narrowed down his location to Manhattan. Great. Wonderful.
You've tracked him to that place that he was just in?
That place we already knew he was?
Came from in the first place?
Here's the thing, too, is that because the last time that any of them, Ambessa, Kate, or Singed saw Warwick, technically he was at the God damn it! Now I've forgotten the name of the prison.
Stillwater.
Yeah, Stillwater.
Stillwater.
But Stillwater is southern Piltover, so it's closer to Zon than it is to than topside.
Don't get me started on how they really play fast and loose with locations. Even season 1 had that problem. I mean, I pointed
I agree. Actually, there's a couple of times when I'm actually kind of confused. There's the scene where Silco talks to fucking God, why am I forgetting so many names today? Hammer guy, Jace. I'm sorry. I'm
Hammer.
yeah, it's hammer time.
Anyway,
so the trajectory, because you can see the hex gates in the background and the trajectory of that like when you actually look at a top-down map of Piltover,
It means he's on the north
right.
end, doesn't it?
he has to literally be in the northernmost point of Piltover, meaning that without his man Marcus on the inside, he was able to get past the blockade all the way to the northernmost part of Piltover without ever being seen from the talk with Jace.
Yeah. Adam
Which
Madman asks,
isn't
"Hey,
necessarily impossible, but when you stretch things so much and so often, it definitely sticks out. Or
Adam
in the case of
Man,
Arcane Season 1, it doesn't really happen all that much, which makes it sticks out more.
678 says, "Hey, I haven't watched this. How is it so far?" Okay, well, season 1 of Arcane is freaking great. It's excellent.
Yeah,
I highly
masterpiece.
recommend it. Season 2 is a mess. If you want to watch it for the cool ideas, sure, go ahead. There's some great visuals and stuff, great performances, all that good stuff. Storyline wise, it's a mess, unfortunately.
So
Yeah, like as a story in itself, like on its own, it's definitely way better TV than a lot of things nowadays, probably.
correct.
But in terms of it being a sequel, it definitely falls short.
If you have the time, I highly recommend Random Film Talk's review of season 1. And no, like for
Part
real,
1.
he is probably the most in-depth reviewer I've seen so far that's analyzed.
Yeah,
Arcane
holy
season 1 or
shit.
2.
did please tell me he brought
you're
up the
epic.
time inconsistencies in season 1?
I
did.
believe he
Yes,
mentioned
he
it.
did.
Yeah.
I can confirm. I can confirm.
Okay,
He
good,
is
because that was my
super
biggest.
in depth. And the thing about this, with like Sin saying I've tracked it, the thing that actually gets me to like sort of chuckle is the fact that it's effectively a compass. So it's just like you point a particular direction, but it's like those shitty video games where you only have like an arrow pointing to a particular direction, and it probably just
Oh,
points
yeah.
down and forward. So like, what the fuck is...
Dude, it's like Final Fantasy 13. Holy shit.
No,
Pretty
no,
much,
no,
yeah.
no.
Just
it's
put a tracking device in him. Like, we have technology. They didn't need to do all that. Like, you know what I mean?
Okay, no,
Well, I mean,
it
if-
needs to
if
be.
he can-
It's a.
He can
sniffer.
track Singe's blood
Well, but he,
over a
I was about to
cable
suggest.
car ride.
I was about to
Like,
suggest. Well, he has a big wolf nose. So what I suggest is you take this little compass thing, you just put a big wolf nose on it, and it's like constantly sniffing in the direction you need to go. And you just follow the wolf nose.
Dude, it's like a Looney Tunes gadget.
It is literally just
I'm there
Jack
for that.
Sparrow's compass. But for Warwick.
Honest?
It
Wait.
is. Yeah, it's a MacGuffin. That's all. Well, not even a
Oh.
MacGuffin. It's just a plot.
Oh,
device.
fuck off. I never thought about it like that, but that's 100% right.
So basically, Ambessa's like, yeah, let's go hunt a beast. And then Caitlyn flirts back. I thought I already hunted you. And then like the fanfic begins.
Oh my god.
But sorry. But we
And
see
then we see this bullshit.
Warwick,
Yeah.
Jinx, Vi, and Isha approaching the commune.
This sounds like the intro to a joke.
It is, because I have to ask a particular question when it comes to the commune and everything else. So, Ambessa really wants to have control of the entirety of Zon. Caitlyn wants to have control of the entirety of Zon. The entirety of Zon, we know exactly where the commune is. Yo, Ambessa, where the fuck you been at?
It also kind of plays into like it sort of emphasizes all the more how little understanding we have of how much time passed in between when
Arc 1
I
and
guess
2.
not only like no how much after Vi, Kate, and the gassing Undercity squad were deployed to Zon until now, because it was after episode 2 was when Victor first started to set up the commune in this area. And I mean, obviously that would still take a little bit of time to set up, but like however long it's been after episode 3, and maybe even a little bit before that, depending on like how long they were actually in Zon in the first place, I imagine that arrests would probably be a little bit time consuming, but it's that much more of a question of like how much time actually passed in between acts, because that's how much time that this has been there, and kind of the longer that arbitrary time frame is, the bigger the question becomes, how is it that Ambessa didn't know about this place?
Because
Well,
everyone in Zon knows about the sanctuary, and people are just walking in like normal.
Well, I was gonna
so
say,
its reputation is pretty large.
What exactly do you mean though? In like, why didn't Ambessa go here before? Like why would they need to go here before?
I'm trying to find a particularly dangerous criminal that I'm putting the posters up. I wonder if she's in this particularly target rich / resource rich environment that is Sanctuary. I wonder if this particular criminal is hiding away there. And also complete control, military dictatorship.
I suppose.
Okay, so there's
there are mitigating factors for a number of different things here, but like I agree, like there is problems. Like
she would definitely, even barring that, she would definitely be curious as to, okay, all of these people are freaking cyborgs now, and they are healed of their illnesses. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think you do have a point. I would have loved, because this goes back to, I really wanted to see more of the Zon politics because of all the Chem Baron stuff. And like, obviously the firelights are a big sore spot for people. And I agree. Firelight.
What firelights?
Yeah, exactly. But like everyone literally
there is no firelights
having so many different I mean, you could even throw in like another faction down here at some point. That's not even like a Chem Baron or a Firelight, or even one of these guys. It could be like a fourth faction of some sort that's also vying for power.
Remnants of
what?
Sorry, the remnants of Silco's gang.
That too. Like basically just people trying to like make their own little niches now that they're kind of free from Silco. Like it would have been really cool. Again, Savika is a good point. Savika could be doing things like getting people rallied together. So it's like, I think there's so many missed opportunities to really get this huge political machine where you have the elite of Piltover who are panicking because there's a full-on like four-way turf war going on. Four-way turf war, and within that is another smaller turf war going on within the confines of their backyard, which I think would be really fascinating to watch as they try to get a rein on that situation. Adam Zelke, I imagine Savika learning about this, that Vander is alive after betraying him all those years ago. Imagine her being here. Yep.
Well, Savika isn't a character. She's a puppet that doesn't have lines.
But yeah, they meet, what's his face? I can't remember what his name is.
Huck.
Huck, yeah.
Yeah, the filthy traitor.
And he gets his little redemption arc because he decided to take in the goo.
Can we say like, redemption from what exactly? So a drug addict took a drug from the single most dangerous man and the single most powerful man in that part of the city, and like you call him a traitor for giving you guys up when like he's offered drugs. I feel like there's a little bit of like charitability that you could be giving him in this situation, especially since like he wasn't one of the Shimmer goons that went to attack you, and also you're standing next to someone who has done infinitely worse than he has.
Yeah. I would still not blame her for the fact that like their lives are put on the line pretty hard.
Yeah, I would still give her like a sour taste in her mouth, I would imagine.
Also, Vi kind of holds a grudge.
Yeah.
very, very good at that.
Does she? Really?
Well, you think, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Adam Zelke, another faction could be more remnant supporters of Vander that Vi could meet so they could actually do stuff instead of just being dragged around by the plot. I don't know if I would want them to be Vander supporters. I would want them to be, I don't know, something else.
Probably Firelights. That's the faction the Firelights could have filled.
Yeah, I was going to say Firelights are more along those lines, kind of puristic. I would have liked to see the Firelights kind of, have a little more.
I would have liked to see them. Period.
Yeah, but like,
I don't see them at all.
My frustration with them has come back, and like in season 1, they were just kind of the good faction. They were fighting the corruption, the police. They were fighting the evils of the Chem Barons. They're just the good guys. They want to make trees. It's like, okay, great. I'm glad we have these completely noble, totally clean of any kind of altruistic characters. I'm so happy that they can exist without complication.
All that stuff.
Like they've never been forced to do something like drastic or or dangerous in that way.
Their leader is literally called the Boy Savior, and we don't really get to see him do a lot of saving.
Yeah, like I really would have liked more so with this dynamic to for like a number of things. I could easily see, oh, why is the commune left alone? Well, before this, maybe Jace went down, so we get more interaction with Jace and Victor. And Jace, in like one of his last capacities as counselor, was like, this place is not to be touched. You don't need to tell anyone about it, but no one goes in there. And like Caitlyn decides to honor that when she takes over, that sort of thing.
Right before he leaves for the Arcane sort of thing.
Yeah, like literally. Like,
okay, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that like the Arcane stuff would happen at the end of a theoretical season 2. Like that would be the conclusion of season 2.
Yeah, that would be the stinger. Ending,
the stinger.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he would actually be, you know, doing things instead of just moping.
Right.
Yeah. Adam Zelke. Oh yeah, Vi can get the firelights on her side since Echo is off in that other dimension. I don't know if she has enough clout to get them on her side. Echo trusted her, not them.
That's a case of it could happen.
Very debatable.
But yeah.
It would be interesting to see her try. I feel like that would be a lot of work.
Yep. Here's where I would put my favorite moments with the firelights in season 2, if there were in the season more than 2 minutes.
Twilight's not here. Yeah, Twilight is currently down in Mexico kicking cartel ass. They upset her.
Going John Wick.
Jane Wick.
Jane Wick. Yeah,
Jane Wick.
They stole one of her digivices and killed the Digimon inside. It was their mistake.
Damn.
But yeah, so basically they willingly give up their weapons, quote unquote, to enter this place.
So, question, because this is something that gets brought up a lot actually in the talks about this. Vi and Jinx give up their weapons here. That's a great thing. Why though? Because they are right next to Warwick, who gets freaked out by a forge being used. Warwick, who does go crazy, and holy shit, that final battle would have gotten a lot better if Vi had the Atlas gauntlets.
I think it's also a little bit noteworthy too that like this is probably no more than like a couple hours after the incident in the tunnels where Jinx had lost track of Warwick. And I don't think they've really been around him long enough to know that they can keep him under control 100% of the time. And I feel like that would be all the more reason why they wouldn't want to give up their weapons.
I wasn't even thinking
throwing
about
this
that.
out there.
I was
gonna say, also throwing this out there with this whole like, oh, you must give up your weapons unless you're Jace and Rictus and Caitlyn and Vi again when she brings Caitlyn's gun and everyone else. Yep.
Okay, do you not understand the concept of sneaking? Like what?
Yeah,
do you think Jace took his hammer in through the front door?
Yeah, he went through the side door and everyone fucking saw him. He wasn't sneaking shit.
He didn't go through the front door. He was never asked to give up his weapon. He went in there to fucking kill Victor. Of course, he wasn't gonna follow the rules.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I was gonna say I thought he stuck in there. Didn't
he got the fucking weapons from wherever they were kept.
I will push back.
It's not like the rules just arbitrarily apply. People are breaking the rules.
I will push back.
What is wrong with you?
In Fatman's corner here is that like, yeah, no, people were sneaking in with their weapons, or were otherwise just like, fuck it, we're just going to go in. Like that's
so.
Yeah,
I
the people who see like okay, you mentioned the people who see Jace. Like again, these are people who are all effectively absorbed into a hive mind. Mm-hmm. They're not, you know, like they're living in their like little utopia brain space. They're not people acting on their, you know, they're not people. They're barely people at this point.
I now want to see that 5-year-old disarm.
Just Victor's fingers, you know.
Okay.
I think you have problemed yourself into a corner.
Not really at all, actually.
Let me get up.
Yeah, let him up. Although I will say I want to see the kid disarm Jace. I think that would be hilarious.
So the thing about that in particular, when we get to it with the whole like disarming of things, last thing this quote unquote hive mind we're thinking about is Jace killing Sallow, right? So they know directly that Jace is not in his right mind, not a good whole thing.
He is hostile to Victor.
He is 100% hostile to Victor, but instead, hey, the people in this hive mind, let's drag this person with his weapon straight to the Herald without any issue.
Well, okay, we'll get to that. We're more so talking about weapons being permitted, but
I will say, by the way, it's a joke mostly. I do get that people are breaking the rules, but it's one of those things of there's better ways to do this, personally.
I would say my problem is just you dump it right here in front of the gate where anyone can take these prototype priceless gauntlets that are still charged, by the way. They still have their hex gems.
I think
Vi,
Isha's the one who removes the hex gems.
Yeah, Vi leaves them in. So literally, theoretically, if Isha hadn't done what she did, they would have.
That would have been a bit of trouble.
Some random guy could be running around punching the shit out of all of Zon.
Yeah, it's
or pawned them off, I guess.
Like imagine Ambessa comes along. Ooh, what are these?
Oh my god, Ambessa with these would be terrifying.
Yeah, it's a case of Jace, not Jace, fucking hell, Jinx and Vi giving up their particular weapons when they know factually Vander is on a very, very short fuse. These are the only things that can possibly keep him contained. Also, not taking the hex crystals, besides both of them understanding that they are very important, leaving them right there. And they're bringing Warwick into this peaceful commune. That is a bad ideal on its face.
I mean, to be fair, it's on Victor for making, his hut in the center of his commune. Where
Victor has legs. He can come out.
Yeah, maybe that would have been
be
a better compromise.
Okay, look, he didn't come out by the end of this season. He's never coming out, man.
He's still in his goon tomb.
But to me, a bigger. God.
You first. No, you first, please.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I would say that the bigger point of contention is in regards to doing this when they know how dangerous Warwick is. I'm not all that against them disarming themselves like this here, with a bit more care, I guess. I just would like a bit more hesitation and acknowledgement that, hey, what are we gonna do with him if he freaks out?
Yeah, I acknowledge
and then them ultimately decide. Nice. Yeah, acknowledging it and then ultimately deciding to go to the center because he's gonna need some help.
The way that I would go about it.
Oh, sorry.
You first, please.
Oh, okay. My initial thought is that they're all still connected to Victor, right? So couldn't Victor through Huck just say that won't happen, I see all or something? Obviously he's not God, but he could have just said something comforting through Huck, I guess.
Yeah.
The way that I would actually do it would be something as simple as, because the last time that that Vi was told, "Hey, give me those gauntlets," she looked Jace dead in the eye and said, "Make me," that sort of thing. Warwick is right there.
Months have passed. She's a different person now, who's a lot more violent and emotionally unstable. And
so emotionally unstable that she lets her terrorist sister do whatever the fuck she wants. Anyway, moving on. The thing that I was going for it was that Victor could have just come out of the commune, done his thing with where he touches Warwick's head, and then said, "Okay, we can help him, but in return, please give up your weapons."
Yeah, that would have probably been
that makes sense.
Because Vi eventually does go to Victor, and she does say, "We hear you can heal people," so it's sort of cutting out the middleman.
Yeah,
I think the other thing too is that Victor seems to understand that despite his passive state, Warwick is still a little bit dangerous because he insists that, or at least the condition that he gives is that he be chained up at night because I guess he just knows that's the time that I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a these hands are lethal weapons situation.
Yeah,
and that's just what they'll do. Wait.
His hands are E for everyone.
The contention does come down to the fact that Warwick is very, very hostile, barely contained, and being brought into a lot of people that, well, we see later in this very episode, Warwick, when he's mad, swings his hand around and squashes people like they're made of Play-Doh.
Yeah. I was gonna kind of, because I think you've made a very, very cogent point here. I was gonna move on to another one, which is how the fuck did they build this commune?
Magic.
Arcane Herald.
Well, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, like, is because we know that Victor has limited power. Like, he is running out. Has he just been wasting it on making like people goon houses?
Yeah.
Unlimited power.
He had such a good time in his goon box. He
Unlimited
has to
ability
share.
to goon.
He has
I
to
think-
share the goon box with everyone else. They must
Look
know
at
The
it.
goon
Look
did
at
he
the
emerge?
No.
Into the goon he shall return.
Look at the edge of this screenshot right here. You can see it. The glorious goon egg.
This is, guys, plot twist. This is actually the sequel to Angel Egg.
glorious goon egg.
This sequel to Angel Egg.
But yes, they're going through, and we see the commune are collecting like materials to like build baskets and shit, which cool. They're doing metalwork, and a particular hiss
Actually,
ends up scaring Warwick.
Yeah.
And people have pointed out, very interesting, because I didn't realize this, the reason Isha is mute is not because she's mute, but because she's deaf.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
I
apparently
didn't at all.
that's, if you look at, people claim that. I don't know. I would have to review the entire season again, because I swear she's reacted to like audio before, which, you know, you can be partially deaf. But she apparently didn't react to the sound of the sizzling. Like, she looked over at it before it sizzled, but then looked away, and we don't see her reacting to that, just to Warwick reacting. Now, I don't know whether or not that's true or not. There again, it's one of those theories that's thrown out there, which is just interesting to think about in how she's portrayed.
Yeah.
I could
One-
believe it for
yeah.
like what it is, just because like we already know so little about her that like I feel like I could be told almost anything and just be like, yeah, I
Honestly,
could believe that.
I could even see that going further, because we know that she worked for one of the chem barons. I could easily see any of the like the heavy
Probably.
machinery work they did being deafening.
Oh yeah,
So-
just
The
Yeah.
random film talks. Some theory was that because she has a mining helmet, then like she was a slave in the mines or something like that.
yeah, absolutely.
The children, they yearn for the mine.
Oh no, guys, she's a Minecraft streamer. Oh no.
It wasn't gonna be the same. Thank you for saying it though.
I wanted to laugh at that, but then I remember that the
Minor.
actual live-action Minecraft movie has that exact joke with Jack Black's Steve, where he's as a
Oh,
child
dude,
I
it
yearned for
angers
the
me. It
mines.
That's
fucking
the best
angers
part.
me.
I thought that's
Gonna
where
be
I thought
the
that's where the-
only good part.
That's
I thought
fair.
that was where
That's
the meme
fair.
originated from.
Adam Zelke, I remember Isha not reacting to the music from Savika's arm in Act 1 and looking confused at Jinx bobbing to the beat. Interesting, yeah.
Well, I didn't. For that expression, I didn't think that she was confused. I thought she was all like, "Is this really happening right now?" But maybe there's more truth to that than I thought. Although,
I mean, like, we're gonna see a scene
yeah.
right away when she's listening to Jinx talk.
Yeah, with
Oh, well,
Jinx talking
I-
about the glasses of blurry or clear. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
So
Oh, well, we'll see. Maybe she's looking at
Well,
Jinx's lips during that.
It
Well,
wouldn't.
yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that she was talking to Isha either. But yeah, maybe we could see that a little bit later because I never thought about that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I do like
really,
the
who
theory,
knows
though.
how much she understands, because she's a child. We don't know. You
She
know?
could also, again, partial
Yeah, that's
deafness
fair.
is a thing that we could account
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, but I'm thinking she could just be like, listen, I got food, I get a place to sleep sometimes. Like, it'd be kind of funny if she has no idea
Oh my
what's
god,
going on.
it'd be
She's
someone
just
just like,
here
oh
for
yeah, by
ride.
the way, Jinx is a horrible murderer, and she's just like, wait, what?
I mean,
But she just picked up the hex course because she thought it was a good idea. She wasn't like listening to Jinx ask her to do that.
They were
Yeah.
just shiny. They
I have a particular joke with Isha that I'm saving.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
it.
Can't wait.
Because evidently no one else is saving her. But all right. So we meet Jesus.
Jace, let my people go.
Oh my
Yeah, I
god.
was about to say Robo Moses.
And he's like, I've been letting them goon the whole time. What do you mean?
What do you think the buildings are made out of? It's 100% pure recyclable goon.
Okay. Also,
Dude, my heart will go on, more like my heart will go.
oh my god. The thing
Okay, I know
had-
this isn't a serious that they're made out of the goon slime, but wasn't there a building here before? And this is where like Vi and Caitlyn
Yeah,
were
this
getting
was-
chased and whatever.
yes.
So they
Heck
made
yeah,
it out of
oh,
the
yeah,
building,
I
didn't they?
forgot.
Like the metal.
It well, it wasn't in this. It wasn't like this general area. As you'll see later, that they walk by the toppled over steel beam. That
I wonder if that's
Vi
what some of this stuff
Oh,
is.
absolutely.
Like they took it
Like,
for
scrap
scraps.
material
Oh
here for
no,
that.
like absolutely, like they show like in the when he's healing Huck that like a bunch of metal goes flying all over the place and it forms like the two
Yeah.
big Unicron horns around his now sphere
Egg.
goon hut.
Yes. The spear egg.
Um,
Also, okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
well, I was going to say, I was going to move on.
Note my thing.
They meet Jesus, and they're basically like, we heard you can heal him, and they present to him a fucking werewolf, and Victor does not, like, he's just like, oh, okay, this is a Tuesday, I guess.
No one reacts correctly to the werewolf.
He's like, oh, another one.
Another
Actually,
body.
Well-
I was gonna say, like, well, at least this time it's not just a furry in a costume. That we made that mistake once. It was really awkward.
Well, I was more so going for the joke of like, oh, this is the other head.
The other wolf's running around.
Yeah, the other wolf.
It just has Victor's bot. It's a
No,
Vander's
that
bot.
one has Silco in it.
They oh no.
No. Please no.
But yeah, this scene right here, but at the entrance to the sanctuary,
Mhm.
I feel would have made things a little bit easier because he touches him and Cal, please correct my memory, but the magic of League of Legends is like the softest of soft magic. So like this is basically Victor looking at effectively Vander's soul.
I think so.
Yeah, I figured that was what they were telling us visually. Also, Adam Zelke says,
Sure.
something else to consider, Victor is standing next to Jinx, the one that shot the rocket that resulted in him becoming what he is. I think he's beyond that point about caring about that. Like, I kind of
Yeah,
feel like
he's
he's
on a
to a-
higher plane of existence.
He's
like,
too ascended with the hex core. I can actually like. There's a lot of things where I say, "Hey,
Yeah.
why doesn't this person react to this way?" A lot of those problems don't track to
Exist
Victor
with Victor,
specifically because
I
of how
also
ascended
kind of
he
wish
is.
that we saw Sallow again inside of the hive mind, still like kind of like pseudo alive in there, so that it can kind of imply why Victor wouldn't care. Like it's like we all exist, the hive mind exists. Once you are in, you are here forever, sort of thing.
It
And-
would have been interesting if maybe
Right.
he had a reaction and then he had to be like, no, I'm, beyond it, because that comes in at the finale, everything that Jace says that he's still, like,
The goon
that he still has
welcomes all.
humanness, I guess, and so I that would have been interesting if he had, like, a flash of a reaction, but then controlled himself, and so he pretends that he's above it, but deep inside, maybe he's not. But I think mostly, like, in canon, yeah, he is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, him having a slight reaction at all would have helped build towards him slowly shedding himself of things, in terms of like, oh, I had an adverse reaction here. I shouldn't have those. I don't need those.
Yeah,
I'm going to
exactly.
cut that away. And it's
Yeah.
like it's just another step on him becoming more and more inhuman.
The true glorious evolution.
Yes.
Yes.
So he sees Victor. Sorry, he sees Vander. That guy. I get confused on that.
Victor sees himself. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he
is-
does eventually.
This is some Elden Ring. Everyone's named with the same first letters type shit.
Yeah, and then basically Warwick turns up inside the mind like, "Hello, I'm scary," and like Kamehamehas him out of the body. which weakens Victor. It actually brings him to his knees. Which, I've been told, Vander has that effect on people.
Wow.
Adam Zelke, I just wonder about it because technically means the commune exists because of Jinx indirectly. I mean, yeah.
That's fair. Well, I mean, you can bring that up actually because later Victor says powder has a lot to offer the commune, and that's something that could be like brought up in that particular conversation.
Honestly, I would like there to have been a follow-up conversation between those two where Victor is much more. But seriously though, like I wasn't just cracking jokes out there. You could do a lot of good. You already helped make this more than you know. And she's like, well, how did I do that?
Yes.
I would have died were it not what happened. Like, can you imagine Jinx being told, hey, all of this good that you did, this entire commune, this thing where people are happy and living their lives productively, it's because you ended up fucking crippling me and almost killing me. And I was
crippling more than I was.
Yeah,
imagine
the confusion that Jinx has to go through with like, well, I mean, I kind of fucked someone's life up, but I also then somehow made it better. What?
A couple
But
of
they
people's
couldn't
lives,
do that because she needs to be the problem, and if she's not the problem for everything, what will Vi do later?
Let's go.
Wait, is she the problem at all after this?
I mean, I think that she thinks that she's the problem in the later episodes, and Vi doesn't really do anything to counteract that. And so I feel like that's part of it, because if Victor told her in this scene, oh, Jinx, you can do some good, that would still be playing in her mind. Instead, it's just everything bad that she's ever done and that everybody around her keeps dying, and Vi's
God,
just like,
can you imagine it being
I'm
Vi
too-
giving her that pep talk? Not like the idea of Vi like puts 3 and 3 together about like, Victor was in the explosion. He came out of it like that. We all like, maybe she talked to Jace. Like, God, you get some Jace and Vi time. Fucking Elden Ring syndrome. Like literally like the idea of like her being, oh yeah, no, so he came out like this and he's done so much good for everyone. It's because of you. You did this. Like, so you're saying that me blowing up the council was a good thing? No, but like the complicated nature of like, well, you fucked a lot of people up, sure, but you also made a lot of people's lives better too.
Yeah, if this is how good things can be, if by a complete freak accident, imagine doing good on purpose.
Yeah, I would have loved to see something like that. I just don't think that the writers wanted to, basically. Like, it's a good idea, but I don't think the writers wanted to do it because Jinx needs to be the scapegoat for later.
But she's also, again, the reason that Ambessa and Caitlyn were able to, institute martial law. She did this thing and it had grave consequences, both good and bad.
Yeah, so that's something that could have made a very interesting character discussion, but I'm on the side of like they probably didn't have any room to put that in there, unfortunately.
Jinx's arc is the is that of the it is what it is grind set.
My God, I hate that I agree with that.
It is what it is.
It is what I need to hear her say that. Like I need Jinx's voice actress.
It is what it is.
But yeah, so they sit down and they have a little bit
This
of a
is the thing that the whole show is about. The writers didn't put it in.
Bit of an anachronism. They know what fortune cookies are. So that's a little weird, but whatever. Yeah, so they basically lay down the rules. He has to be chained up at night. I've seen the harm which he is capable. And, Vi's reassuring about Vander. Victor makes his plea towards Powder, like, you could do a lot of good. And she's like, no, I don't think so. And then Jinx is also surprised that Vi wants her opinion, and Vi is like, well, yeah, he's your dad too. And it's like, so I guess she agrees, sort of. I like the little moment of Isha giving water to Warwick. Very cute.
Through the hat, yeah.
The hat, very, very cute. I imagine that doesn't taste very good, but I imagine he doesn't care. So
It's probably got some goon in it, so I'm
No,
Bro
no,
can
oh, no,
show
no,
my
no,
dick.
no, no.
Okay.
Look,
Okay.
the goon joke is great, but we're not bringing it anywhere near the underage characters, please.
okay.
I was
fair.
going to mention the bro can shove off basically rocket launchers and nuclear explosions. I'm pretty sure he can take bad water. Is where I'm going with it.
How do he just drinks from the pilt and melts?
And then Singed finds him. He's like, "Ah, shit! I was really hoping on this guy."
But yeah, we get a little bit of a time lapse. I think it's only a single day that passes, but it's not entire. No, it's more than a day. It's like a day or two that pass with
Yeah.
Victor and Vander having this, oddly suggestive kind of like some of the shots in here are kind of romantically coded a little bit, and it's like
That's
okay.
just the French,
Okay. Adam Delty
French.
says something else I just thought of. Jinx recently saved a lot of people from Stillwater. Imagine them hearing their savior is down in this commune with the revived old cool leader of Zon before Silco.
See, that's what I thought was gonna happen.
Yeah, that could be dope.
it
That could be
didn't.
so
Well,
great.
That's actually something that I was going to bring up actually because the Hex Core, as we now know, instead of Sky in Victor's head, saying, "Oh, it's very complicated," and Victor says he's worth a risk. Well, Victor was a member of Zon / the Undercity. He would have known Vander's reputation. Getting the chance to save this, for lack of a better term, this guardian, this hero of
legend.
Zon. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Would be
The
very
Hound of the
prospecting
Undercity.
from.
Or you know what? Be more interesting. What if Victor didn't have a positive opinion of Vander? What if Victor had a negative opinion of Vander? Look, I grew up under Vander's rule, and I was a sickly, dying child. He didn't push things far enough, like that sort of thing.
Considering that Singed was like his oldest mentor.
Yeah, there's something.
I
there.
can see an argument to me. I'd have to think about it a little bit, but I can
Oh,
see an
no,
argument being
I
made.
forgot Isha drank out of the helmet too.
Duh.
Bring up the previous comment.
We get a
With
little
the
bit.
Victor thing, that would have been even more interesting for his humanness if he hated Vander and was like, "Oh, okay, but I have to save him anyway because I'm
I would
Jesus
find it
now
hard
or
to
whatever."
I'd find it hard to believe that he'd hate Vander, but I can see arguments of
Well,
possibly negative
apathy.
opinions of
Yeah.
it.
Well,
Yeah.
the way that I would describe it is, for as good of Vander was as a person, you only have to look to Savika to see that people weren't happy with the pseudo peace that he and the sheriff had made.
Mm.
Right.
It would be interesting. How did Victor manage to get into the academy? That would have been a nice thing to get.
The
Well, he,
talks, from what I've heard, is that he was able to get up to the upper city, and Heimerdinger found him.
Well, I don't think it was just. I think because I believe he told his life. Well, he summarized his life story to Jace when he was convincing him not to jump in episode 2. So I believe, at least the way that he described it, Heimerdinger definitely at some point came into it, but he was more so mentioning that he just kind of there was a lot more kind of going on at that. He crawled his way up to where he is right now, and at the same time, he describes himself as just an assistant. He's not a professor or anything. He's not I don't even know if he's necessarily a student of the academy. So he despite being the Heimerdinger's assistant, he may not have actually been that important to begin with. And especially later when he finds out about his prognosis. And well, also in that same episode when he was talking to Jace, he said it was not my life's ambition to become an assistant. And he makes it sound like he wants to do something more, kind of implying that despite his position, it's really not that high.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fair.
So
Guess
basically,
then.
we're getting more time lapse. Victor running Vander through hex tech, freaking therapy, I guess. Isha brings some food, and unlike before, he doesn't immediately shake it away. Warwick, that is. I heard Christian Victor's parents gave him academy clothes to pretend to be a student, but Heimerdinger saw this and made him his assistant. Interesting.
Oh, I didn't actually know that. But neat. I can totally believe that though.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Heimerdinger doesn't really. He overlooked Son, but he was never discriminatory. So, like, Victor was always a sharp lad. So
we get peeled away
that fits.
some of the memories that Vander has. We get to see some of the flashbacks with him and Silco and what's her face, the Vi's mother. And we the only time we ever get to see him, I think his name is Connell, is the father.
I call them dead parents, TM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least she gets characterized a little bit. Get to see his kids.
But I do like this style that they integrated here. It's very like
Yeah, that was nice.
These washed out colors emphasize nostalgia and just how washed out they are with all the white in the background.
Yeah, it's like
just
all the details are gone, but all the sensation is still
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
100%. Fully agree.
Um,
This is actually something that I kind of wanted to put to Fat Man. Vander training Vi. Do you have any issues with that / thoughts on that? I'm curious because I remember you talking about.
No, that was me. I was the one that brought
both
up.
you,
Yeah.
both you and Fat Man were talking about that when it came to the conversation between Vi's mom, Silco, and Vander when it came.
Yeah,
to last time we talked about this.
I, as wonderful as a sequence is visually, I don't like how so intrinsically tied Vander was to them as children already. I would have much rather he just be a figure that was close to their parents and in their like even then, like actually maybe they were just kids that were on the battlefield. Like maybe he didn't even know their parents very well. I would have rather their distance between them and Vander before he adopts them than there being this close, intimate connection. Because I feel like it kind of undermines the nature of found family.
Yeah. Well, no, in the first episode, when in like the Dear Friend Across the River, when Vi first meets Eyes with Vander on that battlefield, she actually kind of like puts her arm over Powder, like she doesn't recognize who this person is.
Yeah.
Like, and I mean, maybe you could make some kind of argument that she was just not recognizing her uncle, but like I got the impression she didn't know who this person was, and because she's on a battlefield watching this guy beat the ever-loving shit out of someone else with
that's kind of what I thought.
Well,
cast iron glove.
Yeah, it could also be the fact of the matter is, fog of war, even friendlies you can't really recognize in the heat of the moment, that sort of thing.
Yeah, like maybe I guess you can reinterpret that as like Vander looking so savage after like fighting all the enforcers in that bridge that I guess that just scared Vi.
Yeah, I mean, like even like think of like your like biological dad just like going absolutely apeshit on somebody. Like you would want to protect your little sister from having to witness that level of violence.
I would laugh. I have no idea how that would look.
The thing that I think I dislike the most about like all this, Vander and Silco knowing Vi and Powder's parents, I feel actually much more angry about this kind of how this implies to, or at least to what season 2 was trying to do with Silco, because as we find out later, they try to be like, oh, Silco, could have had a change of heart even after the whole fight with Vander, when if anything, I feel like this kind of in a way reinforces it, because it implies, so we know that from season 1, despite knowing Vi and Powder, he had absolutely no qualms like wanting to kill the children of his of one of his close friends, who also died in an attack that I believe he helped orchestrate or lead, and again without like any sort of feelings of remorse about that, which really only kind of reinforces how cold-hearted he is about the whole situation, and really just kind of goes against the idea that he ever would have changed his mind.
Adam Zelke says, does anyone else find the decision to make Vander and Silco old friends of Jinx and Vi's birth parents a bit off, or is it just, we're talking about that. I find it, I'm also thinking, like, from a character perspective for Vi, who apparently was being, I think is this implying that she was training Vi before the bridge? So
I guess
would this not put a damper on, like, this is kind of the opposite of what I took it from, because I thought in the initial take was she witnessed this man going absolutely fucking feral on people, didn't know who he was, And then he reached out an arm and took them under his wing to protect them and keep them safe. And then she learned from him, oh, I want to be as awesome as this guy is. I want to protect people like he does. And to do that, I got to be Punchy McPuncherson. I kind of always interpreted that way, but now I would see it actually being the opposite. It's like, oh, I have fun with my uncle learning how to box and have fun and all that. This is cool. And then I get to see the reality of what a fight entails. And holy shit, I never want that to happen again. She would have learned her lesson from Arc 1 of Season 1 way earlier.
2 things, actually. The first would be, I'm kind of 100% with that. And the second thing is, I don't know if this is just my weird writer brain, but at this point, this might sound weird. Why isn't Vander like Vi and Jinx's dad?
That's a good point. Why didn't they just make him
if you're going to make them this intrinsic to their backstory and do all this stuff,
it's like at that point, like why not?
Well, I think
the
it's pretty
idea
obvious.
Of the found family thing, but if it's not found family, if you were already their uncle anyway, so they may as well just have made it.
I think the only responsible,
you know what I mean?
The only rational response is that Vander and Silco were two-timing on, or like Felicia was two-timing on Connell with Vander and Silco, and these are their biological children. That's all I can rationalize.
I mean, if you look to AO3, that's probably pretty similar to what they're thinking.
Oh my lord!
Absolutely. No, there's a lot more Vander and Silco banging. If I'm being completely honest, that's
true. But regardless, it's a case of
why.
Again, to this day, gun to my head, if they're like, oh no, if someone said, who is Vi and Jinx's dad? Like, what's his actual name? Gun to my head, I was just gonna say, you know what? Get the 12 gauge. I'm done. He's such a non-entity.
I would just say these nuts and peace out.
Honestly, the best way to do it. But like, that's the thing that I'm going for. Like, why isn't Vander just their dad? It adds too many dimensions to this that
it doesn't
like complicate
change
things
a whole lot. I mean, it does change the whole found family deal, which is in of itself a problem. But if you're going to make them this closely tied to their backstory and their personhood anyways, just have them be their dad. Fuck it. Why not?
I think it also, well, I mean, here's the thing too, is because like I liked how they had Vander in season 1 kind of presenting the fact that he's taking on these 2 children who, at least at the time, didn't seem to, didn't appear to have like any kind of relation to, purely because he understands the consequences of his actions. And a big thing about his role in season 1 is being like the moral arbiter of understanding one's responsibility and their impact on the lives of others. And
not always people that you are closely tied to, that you already
and so
know.
Taking in not 2 but 4 kids, all of whose parents likely perished in that same attack, again with under the context that he has no relation to them, makes him seem that much more responsible and makes it seem that much more like he is taking responsibility for the mistakes of his actions, leading his people across that bridge to die in a fruitless battle. And I suppose you could argue that is partially still there with the fact that like you could still say that about Milo and Clagger, but I don't feel like it's as impactful. I feel like you kind of diminish that a little bit, because like, it would still make sense that he would want to take Vi and Powder in if they were essentially his nieces, but I don't feel like it fits as well with like what they were going for his character.
Okay, here's a question.
Am I crazy, or do they not have a flashback with Milo and Cragger at all in this sequence? Maybe I'm just not remembering.
They don't.
But...
I was gonna say,
well, they appear, but
actually,
it's not like they're not the focus of it. They appear like in one shot along with like Powder and Vibe, the whole gang, and then I think that's it.
But like, I can't believe that they didn't show him finding them, because
who the fuck are
like
they?
They didn't exist.
It's like, they're his children. How did they, like, who are they?
Not Vi and Powder matter more because they're his nieces, so
I guess.
That more than anything makes this kind of like ring as a retcon. Like,
very much so.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're following they're following on Lily's writing tips about the polycules or something.
Oh no.
Dog. Dude, I just found some really funny shit about Lily a while back before the stream started. I'll share it with y'all later.
Oh, that's
Okay.
exciting.
I was
Also,
so scared.
You mean
correction.
you mean CD whatever?
Yeah,
fuck.
CD's nuts.
Oh yeah, C Diddy.
Oh god.
My
C
God.
Diddy.
But yeah, it's a beautiful sequence, and what it's trying to do is, it functions fine, but it really is just confusing for a lot of.
They
Like,
didn't
I don't
show
think it-
even Vander and Silco's childhood. Like they only showed them
Yeah,
as.
we never learned.
It's like
Partners.
Vander came out of the womb as an adult. Like did he not? I don't know.
I mean,
That just seems
I-
weird to me too. That he wouldn't be like none of that would be on his mind. His past. It's just his past in relation to Vi and Jinx. But Vander is looking at just his objective soul. You know what I mean? Like not in relation to either of them. So he just has nothing important to
you
him
could.
before that point, I guess.
I guess you could interpret, I guess that as like, oh, these are the last shreds of him that are like, still surviving, and all the wolfness inside of him, because that's his happiest memories. You can probably argue that.
I guess just Milo and Kaiser finding them and adopting them. Not at all.
All
relevant.
that Vander had is the
Listen,
friends we made
all
along
I-
the way.
all I gotta say is, if I managed to find Yuri Lowenthal and raise him as my own kid, I would be pretty proud of that.
Yuri Lowenthal and Sonic the Hedgehog. Fuck.
Hey,
Roger,
Wait,
Seriously,
wait,
yeah.
which Sonic?
hold up.
Roger Craig Smith.
Oh,
Seriously?
so the game.
Oh,
one,
dang.
okay.
Yeah, no, that's Clagger. You
I
didn't
did not
recognize him?
realize that.
No, not at all. I don't play Sonic games, so that's on me.
Well, he just blended right in. Damn.
Yeah. So you get to raise Peter Parker and Sonic.
That's actually pretty awesome, honestly. So props to him.
I could imagine after the battle, Vander's like taking Vi and Jinx, and then like these other two just random kids are like, oh, this guy's adopted war orphans, and he's like, no, these are my nieces. These are fuck, fine. I guess they could come live with me too.
I guess the capstone, that whole thing, from my perspective, I see where you guys are coming from. I can understand why it would be a bit more of a detractor there. Me personally, I don't see it as much of a deal, just because I guess I'm interpreting it as much more abstract. But
Yeah, no, it's fine. Like I said, it's okay. It's just it raises questions. That's all.
I don't think any of us here like hate the sequence. You can tell that I wasn't like screaming or anything like that during the entire sequence. I think everyone can agree it's a beautiful
Wait, you scream
rendition,
every
but we
other
just
time?
Yeah.
God damn.
flowing
Oh,
into
fuck off.
the next scene, because it goes right into them at the measuring stick, the measuring pole that got part of that knocked over building.
Yeah.
And
That
it's a nice quiet scene between Jinx and Vi talking about what they remember about their mother, or about their parents, but specifically their mother, because she's the only important
Dad doesn't
one.
matter, I guess.
Dad doesn't matter.
I
Don't
was
worry
gonna
about
say,
it.
like, why are they suddenly so important? Why are their parents suddenly like their parents were mentioned, I think, a grand total of like once in season 1, but now they're like the focal driving point for 3 different characters. It feels, and this is where my theory is, this feels like something that was added for how do we expedite their character growth, because we no longer have the room to tell the full story we want. It's another one of those writing things where I think this was latched on in order to fix a gap. I don't know how anyone else feels about that.
Yeah,
No,
like-
I can agree to that. I can agree to that. I think
Yeah.
this conversation works for the most part. The only thing that sort of irks me is because I'm a League player and Jinx calls Victor the Machine Herald, which fuck off, he isn't. That's gone now.
Well, he's now canonically called the Herald of the Arcane. Isn't
Yeah, there
he?
is
Or
no there is no Machine Herald.
Yeah.
The Herald of the Arcane is the only thing that is left for his original arc.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we could, if he had maybe, like, I don't know, built Blitzcrank or something, and he had like mechanics running around, that would have been kind of
or Singe's daughter, like the vessel that she's in.
oh
One or the
God,
other.
can you imagine? Because I'm just imagining my my whole theoretical
Your
season
4
2.
season plan.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
4-season plan. Can you imagine if in that second season the Firelight's doing stuff and they come across the commune, and the first time after we have an actual moment with Heimerdinger realizing, oh yeah, the council got blown up and people I knew are dead. But he comes across fucking Victor down here completely out of the blue. He has no idea what the hell happened. And he's like, Victor, my boy, what happened to you? And Victor's just like, I am better, professor, than I've ever been before. That sort of thing. Like, that would be so good.
I have evolved.
It's a case of, you could have a bit where Heimerdinger recognizes, oh, Victor is better, but I know what this magic does to people. I know what it is. So it's like sort of him looking at his risen, but also his fallen student. In the case of
and then knowing that like
sir.
he's been talking with his other fallen students.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff. But
Heimerdinger meeting Singed, that would have been fun.
I thought that was going to happen.
I unironically would have loved to see a fight scene between Heimerdinger and Singed.
No, I would have actually liked them to meet, and they were actually on good terms. That was like, it'd be like really weird. Like Heimerdinger was not at all involved in why Singed got axed, and Heimerdinger's just like, oh, doctor, you've been.
They're like,
I mean,
really bitter Professor Xavier and
Magneto.
Yeah, Magneto.
So the easy way to get them to fight was just like, Professor Heimerdinger, how's your student? That's perfectly great. How's your daughter?
Oh no!
Instant throwing hands right there.
Yeah.
Sorry,
dude. I'm just imagining him just punting him as if he's playing kick the baby.
Oh god! Imagine if he was talking about like some other student who like died. I don't know who. I don't know League lore.
There's that guy is like you're in a horror movie, and it's like he did that whole like skit where you shot everything. He just put out a new one recently. So you're in a game show, and it's just like,
he beat the shit out of a baby.
You have to kick this baby for $5 million, and just immediately punts it.
No, wait, before he even says like how much, you have to kick this baby for. Okay.
And the guy's looking at it like a wrestling commentator.
If I do an Arcane Season 2 rewrite, call me, I'll offer ideas for characters. I mean, I appreciate the offer, but I would probably come to, like, probably, honestly, knowing that she's in on it, Cal and I Know Nothing here. I think those would be the two people I'd choose, because they are more knowledgeable on
I'd be happy
League
to.
lore. But
I
that
had
would
so
be a
much
far distant thing.
That's the thing, actually, where I have issues with calling him the Machine Herald and later, like, the Glorious Evolution, because obviously Game Victor is going to inspire this Victor, but they're so disconnected in the retelling that it comes off as like, why did you bother? If that makes sense.
I think they were trying to be funny, like, oh, wink, wink, and that always annoys me.
Yeah, but at the same time, Cal.
From the perspective of, sorry, go ahead, finish your
I was going to say, I think you can understand because you've heard the crazy shit that the Victor player base has been up to recently.
I just think that they wanted to be like, oh, look, we acknowledge it. Like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme where he's pointing at the TV. Like, I think they wanted everyone to do that. And then Riot was like, okay, but what if we just get rid of all this shit? I don't know, though, because we never see the Victor that's in the game. And so they had to have known that we would never get there. But anyway, I have a lot of beef with the Victor rework stuff.
I could totally see him, like, creating, like, a Blitzcrank in,
Either
like,
way.
an intervening period.
Well, the easiest thing for Blitzcrank that I can throw in, which would actually be really easy IMO, we have this Sanctuary. He makes Blitzkrieg as the doorman for the Sanctuary, the person that welcomes everybody in, that helps everybody in.
Yeah,
because
that
Blitzcrank,
or like, look, you could do it something kind of neat. Like, it could be a brief alliance between the commune and the Firelights. So he's working with Heimerdinger and Echo. And, like, this is where Echo learns about Hex Tech. And so later on, when he goes to the Hex Core with Jace, he has some understanding of the principles of things. And meanwhile, they have Blitzcrank, or maybe multiple Blitzcranks. I don't know if you can have more than one. But they're like, one's a doorman for the commune, one could be a doorman for the Firelights, that sort of thing. Or he could be like a thing the Firelights use in order to, like, raid supplies, like, not fighting anyone, but, like, just stealing stuff. I don't know. You could do that kind of stuff. Like, you could have all this dynamic going on. You could have Echo be in admiration, like in awe over Victor. Have Heimerdinger uncomfortable but willing to help a student in need. Like, all these different things.
The thing that was pointed out by my roommate that I appreciate a lot, / because I'm a sucker for these kind of stories, is that after Victor goes off the deep end, Blitzcrank actually helps the heroes, and there's a bit where Victor looks at Blitzcrank and says, I made you to become a guardian, I made you to become a protector, and then Blitzcrank can simply respond, you made me to help people, father.
Well,
And just
I would
something
even something
like
like you are correct, father, and I am doing what I am made to do. Like
Yeah,
just
something like that.
throwing that back in, that'd be great. Also, having a creature that is pseudo hex tech powered but independent of Victor could go a long way towards explaining what the fuck Oriana's deal is.
Yeah.
Because like I would presume that she would die, but I guess not. We'll get there.
Oriana is currently in limbo overall.
I guess. By the way, I guess very, very small. I don't know whether you would consider it a nitpick or not, I guess. You know that whole thing about like, oh, Hex Tech and Arcane is affecting the tree and fucking everything up and getting people sick, potentially, right? What's with all this plant life here, guys? I don't know.
That's actually a good question. Why we should be seeing a much more Hextech plant life here.
I was going to bring that up later, actually.
Okay.
Oh wow, okay. I just pre-cogged you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get
you're fine, you're fine.
I love when Blitzcrank ran up and went, it's Blitzcranking time. So
he's about to Blitzcrank.
He cranked all over them.
Adam Zelke, Blitzcrank, you succeeded.
You succeeded. So basically Vi and Jinx have a nice little conversation here. It's pleasant. They remember their mom, and then they kind of Vi muses, what if we just stay here and help? And it kind of leaves on this like, yeah, well, when pigs fly kind of moment for Jinx, but you can tell they're both really thinking about it. Like, there's a lot on their minds. And I kind of appreciate that little bit of moment of quiet before Singed walks up.
The man, the myth,
with
the
his,
legend.
MacGuffin.
his MacGuffin machine. I do find it interesting because, okay, so looking at this device, it looks like it's a tube of chemicals with a bit of, I think, Vander's blood in there. That's how this works. It's like a suspended thing. So it's the blood being drawn because he heals, and we saw the way he heals, it takes back into itself. The blood would naturally, it's like the thing, it's drawn back to itself.
I do like that. And the actual other thing that I was going to point out, we later see Singed use this specific device to create the device that makes Warwick go hyper.
Yes.
So it's like, it's telling that this particular thing that is directly tied to Warwick's blood is the thing that hypercharges him.
Yeah, and also it makes sense because like you would use like the blood as like a magnet to like trick the body into accepting it.
Yeah, it's kind of like what they do in JoJo Part 4 with Crazy Diamond's ability. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a neat detail I never noticed until just now.
So
it's
you guys... Go ahead. I'll make my joke later.
I was going to say the way that works is that Crazy Diamond's whole thing is that it, like, brings things back together. So how he fights long ranged is that he has pieces of the particular antagonist's blood. He dips it into like a rock, uses the power on it, and then the fact that the pieces come back together really fast.
Force.
Yeah,
he just creates a reverse bullet.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
That's great.
So what you're saying then is that at the ending of Arcane, Warwick pulls an Iron Giant.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's just like all over the bottom
legitimately, I completely expect that to happen. I kind of feel like Warwick is just unkillable.
Oh, entirely.
Yep.
Outside of a few champions, I don't think this version of Warwick can be taken down, honestly.
I kind of want to see that, though. I kind of want to see, like, him in pieces, and then like his arms and legs like move like the Iron Giant. They just like they're trying to find other parts.
Mm-hmm.
The giant thing on its back moves like the screw at the end.
So this particular screenshot, right before you change it to Huck, actually, with showing the Noxus soldier, this is something that Pete brought up to me, and it's something that I feel like we should discuss. How many Noxian soldiers does Ambessa have?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, correct, but like,
How many boats
Come
did we
on.
see at the beginning? Hold on, let me rewind.
we saw her.
We know there are 6 boats.
Six
yeah.
boats. Okay.
There's a lot, but the way that I'm described it is like it's the remember the Rings of Power boat jokes that came through, where like they're really long and deep.
The sea is always right.
Oh,
I was
Brian,
gonna say,
I
like,
forgot
where are you
about
going
that.
with this? Because we could say, why does the rock sink and the boat float? Like, we could just go that direction.
I was going for the fact that they managed to put like 500 plus men on like 4 boats. Just they're so big. They're really big boats. Okay.
They are pretty big.
I don't know anything about sea travel with armed forces. I know you can stack a lot of people on a boat, but it depends on the boat. Like, I think, what is that, any one given time, I want to say an aircraft carrier, which is admittedly fucking giant. I think it has like 2,000 to 5,000 people.
3,200.
3,200.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the average number of officers on a like modern day aircraft.
What about
slash ship?
What about like a galleon?
I have absolutely no idea. That's the thing.
Let me just Google that briefly, because maybe that might help.
'Cause it's a case of
God damn.
I say it mostly as a joke, but as many as the plot demands, Ambessa always has a lot of Noxians. You know, this foreign general that came in, took over the government, and Piltover was just like, "Yeah, right this way.
Kate
You and your army are
specifically,
fine."
Kate specifically, since she's technically in charge of everything.
Yeah. Okay, that's true.
Okay,
It's kind
so
of like,
This
okay,
is
does
everyone
she
who
not
ran
have like
away,
any
you know?
like qualms about the
Okay.
fact that there are a bunch of soldiers like suddenly flooding in from this other country?
So basically, the range I'm seeing is between 50 to 400, with the common average being about 150. So it's very possible that she has these forces with 6 boats that are technologically more impressive than typical galleons, and they're not even making like that, strenuous a journey down to a well-populated, well-supplied area.
Shipping lane. It's a
Yeah,
shipping
shipping
lane
lane. So it's
specifically
like,
for Noxus.
I actually could totally believe she has enough troops between those 6 ships.
Perfectly fair.
I do wish, it goes back to, I wish we knew more about what her status in Noxus was and what the politics were going on there, so we could understand not only like her, power here currently, but also like exactly what it is that's putting pressure on her, other than just, I've got a magic spooky Black Rose lady that's trying to kill me and is really bad at it.
I think both Cal and I can agree, having a scene where like Swain is talking about something while like pedantically swirling wine like he always does would go a long way.
Okay.
Yeah, I also think that it lost the sauce, I think, in season 2 a little bit, because in season 1 I don't know if this is actually true, but I was under the impression like, oh, Ambessa had to leave because her house has like run out of money or something, and so that's why she's here, to find a new technology to bring back to Noxus to sell back and make her money. But then they kind of mixed in her just trying to, I don't know, like find stuff in the underground and like her interest in Victor. What confused me when Hunter and I were watching season 2, we had a theory about Janna, like, oh, Ambessa wants something that's underneath the city, underneath Zon. That's why she's invading. She wants a magical such and such, but then that never happened. And so her motivations get a little confusing.
No, because they said
He wants Hex Tech, I think.
They said in episode 2 or 3, it was Mel's assistant that was like, oh, all of your mother's holdings, they're being taken. Like whatever.
Yeah.
No, they are
enemy
gone.
she's
They're
pissed
gone.
off-
Like she has been.
Yeah.
She's all. They're not being taken. They have. Like
Yeah,
she's been stripped of most.
she's
of
been
those.
So
stripped of
she's
just like-
broke.
Yeah, she's like,
Yeah.
broke.
And it's because of the Black Rose.
It's because of the
Well,
Black Rose.
it's-
I wish there was like more going on there, or we learned more about that. Like, how did you get down to this situation? Was it literally
Yeah.
just a war of attrition, or were you, bamboozled, or like there's a lot more we could learn about. That would be interesting and would help us understand. Okay, here's a question:
See you in the Noxus show.
do none
Yeah.
of these like soldiers care about where their pay is coming from? Like we've been occupying an enemy, an effectively enemy territory for months at this point. Who is paying these people?
It's why I mentioned the.
Oh my god, you could have so much intrigue because like she could be getting the money through Caitlyn from Piltover's coffers and have that be a whole point of political tension of like, wait, why are we paying them? You're Noxian. Why aren't you paying your soldiers?
So
and like Ambessa has to like lie her way around that.
It's why I mentioned the scene with Swain in particular, because for lack of a better term, despite there being like a 3-person power structure, Swain is effectively the de facto emperor of Noxus. So if anyone had like the absolute authority of saying, yeah, this is what happened to Ambessa's holdings and everything, coming from Swain, it would have like all the legitimacy in both lore and world, if that makes sense.
Okay, you get the Swain scene, by the way, at Monkey Paws. What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets.
Okay, yes, he looks like Dracula.
No, I didn't even know what he looked like, but I just knew you described it as like the swirling the glass thing, and that's just what tipped me off.
He unironically looks like Castlevania Dracula.
Yeah, I'm looking at him
and he's got a 3-eyed raven.
Yeah,
just
that too.
Mel punches him in the face. So bold. Medarda, how is your mother?
You must be the Medarda.
Yeah.
I'm
not even. He's like, who are you? Like I stripped the holdings of like I ruined tons of people's lives. You forgive me if I don't remember you.
For me, it was
Tuesday. Yeah,
for me it was Tuesday.
So, real talk, lore-wise, that basically is what Swain does.
I figure from the description, he's just like picture perfect tyrant demon monster.
Functionally, yeah.
But yeah, so all of our antagonistic characters currently roll up on the fucking commune. And Huck very bravely is like, so I'm going to have to ask you guys to disarm before you enter to an entire army.
Yeah. Every last one of you.
I can totally see the healing actually brought back his balls. It's actually really impressive considering where he's from.
Well, it's why I joked originally of like, here's all these people that walked in, because he directly says right here, the Herald insists no weapons. And like, if that's like a hive mind thing where a lot of people like have the same idea, then it's one of those like, it's not entirely a problem. It's a question. Also, by the way, Rictus just walking up, I fully expected this guy to just stab him.
Absolutely. I was waiting for this murder to happen.
The tension was very
and he was, I'm pretty sure. Like I'm almost certain Rictus was about to like just throw down. And this commune would not stand a fucking chance. But Singe steps forward and is just like, you know what? My former pupil is in there. I'm gonna go chat with him. You guys stay out here.
Do we know how he knows that?
So
he could tell because of all the goon.
That's possible. But,
would he even necessarily? Well, I guess he would kind of, because he examined the marks of the hex core effects on the dead plants in season 1. So I guess that's not a far-fetched assumption.
I was gonna ask actually, Pete. Do you want to talk about the Ambessa Singe situation that we discussed earlier here?
Yeah, because like Singed has only been an Ambessa's employee for like what, a couple days at most, and she also knows that he's the one who created this monster, which also, as their admission, according to their admission, set back like weeks, if not like an entire month's worth of efforts, releasing all the Jinxers from prison, and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of the question of like, does she even know that she can trust Singed to go in there unaccompanied, and that like nothing bad could possibly happen? Like, granted, I don't think she would have any idea as to what Singed would do that would be against her plans. But
you
like,
just see Singed riding on Vander's back, just bursting out of like a building, like
basically,
he like explodes out of there. Singed just walks back calmly. Ambessa turns to him. He just looks like, wasn't me.
Yeah, it's a case of Singed knows exactly that. I don't think that Ambessa is like terrified of Warwick, but wary is probably the best word.
As she should be. Like, because of Warwick, they lost so many prisoners. That was like so much work that they did. Their plans have been set back so far, trying to find Jinx, and that's arguably
Especially given this point where we're under the assumption that she had to play dead essentially to get away from him. So
Yeah. Like,
And
the whole reason why they're going after him is because of like how much of a hindrance he is to their hunt for Jinx, or at least I at first assumed that was the reason why, until I think they just kind of forget about Jinx entirely.
But
to actually bring something up the chat, Kate Morning, she knows where like Singe's daughter is. The counter I have to that is, well, only Caitlyn and Ambessa know where Oriana is, so
that's far as
hypothetically, sneak up behind Warwick, stick it in, and make him hyper.
Oh,
I know, right?
Those
Exactly.
Victor scenes have new context.
I know, right? Make
Alright,
Warwick
BRB.
go hyper and basically kill all of the Noxians right now, and Singed walks off perfectly fine.
Well, I think though, in this circumstance, there's an understanding between Ambessa and Singed. I get absolutely no ill will between them. In fact, I get the idea that they both understand each other. We will do anything for our family type deal. I think Ambessa knows as long as I do everything in the best interest of his daughter, he's not going to have a problem with me. He's never going to turn his back on me. And I think honestly that's probably the right read on him, because he never does.
I would 100% agree with it. The issue is that Ambessa is very much a character that goes out of her way to create contingencies. We see that with Rictus and Caitlyn later this very episode. So it's a case of just letting Singed go in by himself. Like, if, say, like, hey, Rictus, like, put your spear right there and just be weird in the background sort of thing. Well...
Sorry.
Well, I mean, because you have to understand, because Rictus is her right hand man. So if anyone is going to know exactly what Ambessa would want in any particular situation, and all they're asking for is the drops their weapons. I mean, if Singe does anything that Ambessa doesn't want, and Rictus is right there, that's 500 pounds of muscle versus a old scientist.
Yeah, the Adams,
if that makes sense.
Doesn't Singed want to work for the Noxians so he can get funding and resources for research? Yes, and that's actually one of those weird plot points where I don't think I think they had to pivot a plot point.
The thing about that in particular is that as soon as Singed sees Victor, he immediately pivots to say, I need Victor and Vander, and that's basically it. That's their genetics / biology / magic, whatever, is all that I really need.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're all working together. It's because Victor will only work with them if he gets what he wants, which is the Hex Core. Ambessa is the one that can deliver the Hex Core, so Singed is still working with them. It's a trio of people. You have lawful evil, neutral evil, and chaotic evil, all in the same room, all coalescing around evil.
Everything. Oh, so you're saying basically it'd be perfectly fine if Singe does go into this talk and does convince Victor to work with them, everything would be fine, which is a reasonable interpretation. If that makes sense.
Maybe. Yeah,
it's a case of Singed walking in and Ambessa trusting him to be in his best interest, which is to get everything that he needs for Oriana, which would basically deliver Warwick and other things for Ambessa on a silver platter. And that's why Ambessa doesn't...
I think that's the thing, too, is that, because I think we understand with the context of what all Singed needs Victor for and what Victor can offer him, I think we have a bit of an understanding that, Singed isn't... very likely wouldn't have a motivation to betray Ambessa here. It's the question of how much of that, or rather how little Ambessa knows, and if sending him into this place where this Herald guy is doing this stuff, if there is any sort of inkling of a chance that she could consider that this Herald could offer Singed something that is more valuable to him than what Ambessa can offer, in which case he no longer needs her, and now she can't trust necessarily that he will go in here unaccompanied, and not do something that would be against her interests.
She saw that he put up fucking wallpaper in the room with his daughter in a suspended animation tank when this man has been comfortably living inside of a fucking cave for over 2 decades. I think she understands what he's up for. I think she's got his number, if I'm being completely honest. So yeah, I think basically this is like, I go in, get the dog, come out, get what you need, and then he comes out, oh, I need Victor too. And it's like, okay, well, can you agree with him? It's like, I don't think he'll agree
about
with
that.
Yeah, about that. He didn't give me the dog. He didn't give me himself. He gave me the cold shoulder and told me that he's going to go become a megalomaniacal bastard. He said that? Well, no, but I read the signs. So
I can see the tropes.
Yeah, I can see the tropes a mile away. Oh my god. The only reason Singed comes out of this on top is because he's like got 4th wall breaking powers.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
But yeah, so she decides to wait and let them meet. And so Victor is in the garden doing his mind meld with Vander. And Singed walks in, observes this, and is like, yeah, you're fucking dying. I walked in and you ain't doing so hot. And how do you know this?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Like, so Singed, you're great with Shimmer and everything else like that. In what fucking universe can you look at someone who is like the apex form of a science that you have functionally never touched from what we've seen and understand things?
The only room for and there is wiggle room here, in that we don't know what he did in the academy to get himself exiled, and we know how temperamental the Arcane was treated. So him doing experiments with the Arcane and getting into trouble with that, and then getting kicked out and losing all those resources and needing to pivot into a new research would make some sense to me.
Well, the issue with that is that Hextech and everything about it is a unique manipulation of the Arcane, as discussed by Jace and Echo later with like the whole communication thing that they particularly invented by themselves. And as we later see in episode
Literally
7,
no one knows how to use.
Yeah, well, later we see that without Jace and Victor, like Hextech is like flatly never invented.
Well, yes.
So,
but at the same time, it doesn't mean that he couldn't have been studying something related to the Arcane. Like, the idea is like he could read something in the Arcane and be like, okay, well, I know enough about mages at this point to know that you're kind of fritzing out. I'm not saying it's a good explanation. I'm saying it is one that could be possible. It's just not. I wish it'd be more fleshed out if it were there.
I'd agree with that, but that's not really there in the text. IMO?
Welcome to season 2 of Arcane.
I'm aware.
But yeah, basically he exposits at us. You're diminishing. And Victor has been expecting him. What?
Well, you see,
yeah, like apparently he can read minds to an extent. Like he knew Powder's name without even touching her.
Yeah,
I guess you.
I figured he got Powder's name from Vander.
Actually, that would make some sense. He touched Vander's mind,
yeah.
and Vander knowing Singed, even subconsciously, like seeing him walk around the workshop and talk to it, that sort of thing. It would be like, oh, he's totally going to come for this thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if he reached into his mind and understood that, like, okay, this is probably the guy who made him, and this is probably the only guy I know who would probably do something like this. He's gonna come for him. Yeah.
But I do think there is more to him understanding the Arcane, because he's like, what? I wouldn't give the glimpse of the world through your eyes. Like, what do you know, Singed?
Well,
and the plot twist is that Singed is actually Rise.
I will hit you. I'll find a way to hit you. But
you have to drop your son first.
Oh, true. Fuck. It's a case of where we are in the timeline, because as said in previous streams, Singed has to do like war crimes against Fantasy Japan. He's got to do like other interests and shit with Noxus. He's got to do. There's a fuckload of shit that like Singed eventually gets up to overall.
I mean, again, there's a lot of that he could have done before the story started. So
correct, I fully admit that, but it's just a case of I'd like something a little bit more concrete, but I don't know if that's just me.
His quest led him astray in any trodden path. Like, basically, Victor gets to see inside Singe's mind because Singe held his hand. And we get a little more insight on him reading a story to his daughter, his dead daughter, who probably can't hear him. Because, you know, death kind of makes it hard to hear. And Victor is like, so you want to know what it's like? Have you ever watched That's So Raven?
Where are you going with this?
Yeah. It's like, what?
And
He's like, oh shit, I forgot you can't look into other multiverses.
Yeah, and I do like Victor being like, the more you learn, the more you understand how ignorant you are. And I do like that as like he's gaining this insight and wisdom into like, I know so much now, and yet I know so little. And then they kind of just preen a little bit about Warwick. And he's like, okay, you know, if you just pump this guy's blood into you, it'll stabilize you.
How do you know that?
Apex Shimmer combined with you, the apex form of Hextech.
Oh, I thought it's just sort of him, sort of like, maybe not knowing for sure, but he's like, oh my god, you can do this. Imagine we can add on to it. You know,
Well,
sort of like giving
Victor's
it a
ascension
theory.
comes from a child going Alu Jinx bar. So
No.
I
And Victor is immediately like, and to what purpose? The greed of warmongers? Singe is like, no, complete your work to save us from ourselves. And you must survive, Victor. It's like now Victor has become the specimen.
And a thing that I really like is that Victor sees him like touching Warwick's tank as him basically touching the final piece in his mind of what could save Oriana.
Yeah.
Which I really like.
I hear a cat.
Yeah, it's my cat.
Yay,
It's
very cute.
Yeah, I had to take my headphones off a couple times to be like, is that my fucking cat? Like, no.
And then Victor decides to quote Ruby, Volume 3.
Oh no.
I guess
Believe in
paraphrase.
destiny.
Look, it's never good. If you're a person in like a climatic situation, never utter the words or any derivative thereof of "Do you believe in fate?" You are bound to die.
Huh. Do
Yeah.
you believe in life after love?
Tightened over here, just no. It's just no.
And this is just you know, Victor kind of musing on how he's become a born again Christian. I'm kidding.
Has anybody here seen the Section 31 Star Trek movie?
Yes, actually.
Yeah, it starts with a whole like quote like destiny cannot be avoided. It's like what? The movie has
Okay,
nothing to do with that.
What?
The only series that can get away with having a speech like that at the very beginning of the show is Berserk. I'm sorry.
It's because in Berserk, the fate they're talking about is one of the cruelest fucking things ever imagined.
Yeah,
Well,
well, it's
yeah.
because like the fate in question is like fated because the antagonists are the hand of God.
Yeah.
And so,
Literally.
like, this is a whole discussion about, you know, basically, is there a guiding hand to a greater result? And is there, like, a perfect evolution, that sort of thing? Victor coins a final glorious evolution. Meanwhile, Singe just like, no, there's just, like, regular evolution that's just kind of sporadic and random. Kind of goes in all different directions. And eventually, he just kind of rejects, I'm not giving you the wolf. He's a patient. He needs my help. You're not getting your specimen.
Which I do really like in the sense that you can see, it was brought up to me by a friend, like the hex core sort of like accelerates certain things with like the plants. They accelerate their growth. When it's connected to Victor, you could say that it accelerated his desire to help himself / help people, and that like pushed him to
Interesting.
that pushed him to, despite agreeing with Singed at the end of season 1, his new perspective doesn't allow him to give Warwick up for that sense. When before he was perfectly fine with taking what Singed offered.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
And of course,
Good stuff.
Singed points out if you die, the whole commune goes too. And it's like, well, how do you know that? Or whatever. Just get out of the scene.
Okay. So that is a pretty reasonable assumption. I'll be 100%.
Well, I guess he could be talking about it in the normal way of like, if you die, they're just gonna leave.
Right.
And he's just like, I don't know. I like my flowers. I hope someone takes care of them. So yeah, Victor is left with a lot to chew on. And then we see that Vi is literally chewing on something. This
And then we get
disgusting
to the
ass
scene.
fruit.
I hate
Okay.
how much
No,
fruit
we're-
they ate and just tossed away without
Oh
finishing
yeah,
it.
so
Yeah.
wasteful.
Like they were so
Ew.
wasteful.
It's like
So,
we need
She
Kyoko
was in
fucking
prison
Sakura
for, like,
to walk
6
up and
years.
slap them. Like, don't waste food in front of me.
Yeah,
Like, how
I
dare
wouldn't
you.
even give the argument of like, oh, you don't want to eat the core. It's like, no, there's still like a bunch of stuff just kind of like
She
hanging
takes
off of it. You
one
could-
bite and throws it away. Like,
yeah,
well, a couple
like,
bites. You see her like eating it while she's in the commune and then following Singed, but like, yeah, there's still more.
she was in like Arcane Alcatraz. Who knows what they fed her? Like I feel like that she would not eat this way. It's presented with healthy fruit. But
wait, no,
That's the least of our
They
problems.
show that she did core it.
Yeah, she cored it.
Okay.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
it's
it's
still
still a
not-
little
it's not
bit
very
like-
I think I'm
thorough.
misremembering.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what I was
no.
saying. Is that it's not very
Like, it's-
thorough.
Like, it's like a little kid eating an apple. Like, he didn't get all the
Uh-huh.
all the goods off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
there's still a top on it.
Can you pause right here, Celtic?
At this scene or the one before it?
No, this one right here, with seeing the fact that there's like 10 feet between Singe and
Yeah, she's like the least. What is your stealth score, Vi? Holy shit!
The thing that I was going for when first thing is like, Vi happened to be eating and just happened to see Singe just as he was exiting the like Warwick Help Sanctuary, and then proceeds to follow him deep into Noxian territory. And then, as we were about to see, but you can continue that in a second because my final statement doesn't end until the next character comes into this picture.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a lot to say
It's right
when that
here.
happens.
Caitlyn is effectively the de facto leader of Piltover and its military and everything.
Yeah.
Why is she on
Doing a
border
random
patrol?
Yeah, I have no fucking clue. It's one of those like they just this is
This happened to
this
allow the rest
scene
of the
is one of
scene
the
to happen.
roughest. It's
The only I guess rationale I can give is that she was probably thinking of like tailing or maybe interrogating Singe and what he was doing and planning, like when she was coming.
Oh
when
no
he
no
was
no!
coming down,
Actually,
but she
I
saw a
believe
vibe.
her tailing Singed. I actually think a lot of these things add up because like where else would she go in the commune? Well, she would maybe go visit Vander. Like she sees Singed coming out of there because he was visiting Vander and Victor. It's like okay, that adds up. And no Twi's in Mexico kicking cartel ass.
Great stuff.
Yeah, and basically her following Singed, I could kind of see it, though we don't really have much information on how much she knows about him.
So the
Yeah,
thing
it would
about
be nice
that
to know that from
is that
Caitlyn, but-
Singed comes forward. They're on the same side. Why bother tailing and / like doing a judo flip on Vi when she could have just, Singed is coming in. I'm going to walk out and talk to him instead of like, again, like this whole sneaking up on Vi doing several judo throws.
Yeah, this is where like the Caitlyn element is the one that's like, why were you on a cliff face? What were you doing up
This
there?
could have been much.
It's why I said
smarter.
originally this happens
Yeah.
to allow the rest of the episode to happen.
It does.
It's
Because-
honestly kind of
And-
amazing that like she doesn't go into because like consider with how much like she was intent on
Arresting
doing her own
Singed,
investigation in season 1, even after like she was officially no longer an enforcer. Like she still like took her badge before it could be before like they could take it back from her. Went on like this whole. It's weird that like she wouldn't want to do her own investigation into this commune and to find out kind of like what's going on, considering how much she does. Because I can believe that she would want to do her own thing. She would want to be somewhat involved, but it's the whole being on the cliff face, just kind of like being there in this kind of very nowhere place is like I'm not quite understanding what
Cal, you
your
were gonna say something?
goal was. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think what bothers me is that if we had more of the internal angst that we mentioned earlier about, like, Grayson versus Ambessa, she could have been over here brooding, or, oh, I want to be alone to think, or something like that. Like, we could have had a bit more of her, like, dismissing her own guards because she wants to, I don't know, she wants to be mopey and peace
She
or
wants to
something
listen
like
to
that,
Linkin
but-
Park on repeat.
Exactly.
To be fair,
And
they have
so-
a really good album right now.
I feel like they could have, like, if they had just put, like, just one scene of Caitlyn, like, I don't know, pacing back and forth and then dismissing whoever's guarding her and, like, yeah, I said go away, like, fuck off, right? I'm trying to think and you guys are, you know, distracting
you know
me or
what
whatever.
could've-
Like, if they just had a little thing, I feel like it would have landed.
You know what it
She's
worked
listening
a
to
lot better?
Heavy as the Crown on repeat.
What would have worked a
Yeah.
lot better is overhearing Ambessa's plans to go into the commune anyway by force, and her being like, not okay with that. I'm gonna like slink off and maybe link up with someone to warn them, and then she just runs into Vi.
Yeah.
Like that would have it's still clunky in many regards, but it would have added up a whole lot better. The unfortunate thing, I think, is that the writers would be like, well, now the audience knows that, you know, Caitlyn is against Ambessa, to which I reply is, no one for a fucking second after they had this meeting believed that Caitlyn and Vi weren't on the same page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And I
it
feel
was
like
such
that.
it was a pointless like misdirect.
Sorry, this was
Yeah.
something I just thought about when you were talking. Just the whole the spontaneous differing of goals between Caitlyn and Ambessa. I just thought of this. Why didn't Kate bring any enforcers with them down here?
Yeah, it's
Do
just
we know?
Noxus. It's just
Well,
Noxus.
you know what? Why waste your troops when you can have someone else take the blow when you're fighting a hungry
Like that's the
monster?
thing, though, is that like
Hold on. I thought later in the episode we see some enforcers down here, right?
I don't think so.
I
I'm pretty
think
sure it's
it's
just
just
Noxian
It's all,
soldiers.
yeah, it's all Noxians, I'm pretty sure.
It's just
Maybe
Noxus.
I'm misremembering.
It's kind of, and I mean, it's the question of like how much exactly does Kate actually trust Ambessa, especially at like this point before coming down here, and like that she has no concerns at all bringing any kind of forces for any possible difference in opinion that she has with Ambessa, because like at the end of the day, Ambessa's forces follow her, even though supposedly Ambessa, you know, is gonna do what Kate wants. It's like technically that's not necessarily how it has to work. And it's sort of, again, a question of, like, how much does Kate actually trust Ambessa at this point?
Adam Zelke points out if Kate did that, as in sneak into the camp to investigate, she'd snipe Jinx the second she saw her. Well, no. That's actually
No,
kind of the
actually.
beauty of the camp. If, like, maybe she doesn't sneak into the camp. What if she just relinquishes her weapon and walks in unarmed? And so she gets to meet Jinx face to face, and they have to have a conversation with each other. And they can't, like...
Oh.
There's no violence allowed in the commune, and there's also Vi right there who would want to keep them apart, or like at least
What a
not-
scene that would have been.
That would have been incredible. Like you, oh my god, you could have had Caitlyn directly address the heart of her totalitarian instinct. You could have her literally yell at Jinx. You could have moved the "I didn't know your mother was there" scene to here in a moment of heated, like, I didn't know your mom was there.
And a secondary thing with that in particular, this conversation with Vi completely flips Kate over to effectively the good guy side.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're getting to that as soon as we actually, you know.
Yeah,
get
I presume that
I
she was
have a
already
shit ton to
flipped,
say about
which
that.
I think is wild.
Yeah, the final thing before we continued on, immaculate fucking form from like Caitlyn, like bravo.
Yeah, but again, why are we doing this with Caitlyn? It feels like it's just a weird thing.
Yeah.
But Vi calls her a mongoose, which the entire fandom has taken and run with, and I'm okay with this.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I love mongoose Caitlyn. She is my daughter. I love her very much. Adam Zelke, Vi, hey Kate, meet my wolf dad and also my new little sister. Kind of moving fast in our relationship, but hey, excuse you, I know everyone calls Isha the little sister, but she is clearly Vi's niece.
Yeah. But the ending of this conversation before they cut is like, why is Vi here? I'm here to save my dad. And then they cut out the conversation where Vi has to explain to Caitlyn, hey, my dad is the giant werewolf that slaughtered a bunch of enforcers and let out a bunch of people that you helped put into prison. Also, Jinx is here. Also, we have a like Dotaru.
Well,
also,
they make it a point is that like Vi did not mention Jinx.
Correct, but at the same time,
then who's the daddy? You can adopt. You don't
you
need
can
to
adopt.
You can be a Jinx is a proud single mother.
I think we can all agree that with how they did it with the needless misdirect, we should have seen the full conversation between Vi and Caitlyn.
Yeah, I think
that flips her over.
Absolutely botched because they wanted to have like the moment of like, oh my god, Caitlyn turned Vi in, and everyone's like, no, she didn't.
Starting to feel like we should have a counter for this.
At this point, yeah. It's
like
like
well
overdue.
That sort of thing so much is because that only is going to be effective the first time someone watches something anyway, and so I feel like that there's just no. Obviously, a twist can still serve a narrative purpose even for the rewatches and stuff, but I feel like that 99% of the time it's just like, okay, well now when the audience rewatches that, there's no tension or intrigue anymore, so there's just no rewatchability.
Well,
for
a good
this
twist.
isn't the only show that's done it. There's something else that I watched recently.
There's plenty
and I'm
of
just
shows
like,
that get the twist wrong. I mean, like a good twist makes you, when you go back through the movie, appreciate all the little nuances they put into supporting it. It's not
Prestige.
Prestige, or I point to, of course, The Sixth Sense is really good with this. Why it's so loved.
The other thing with this particular conversation, if we could like skip ahead a little bit, then another scene where we talk about where Jinx is talking to
Isha.
Isha. So, question: in what time between finding Singed by a coincidence, meeting Caitlyn, did Vi set up a plan for Singed and Caitlyn with Jinx before getting through the whole plan of, hey, here's what we have to do to like fool Ambessa?
I don't know.
How could this plan have ever come to fruition?
There's only one good twist from M. Night Shyamalan right now, and that's The Sixth Sense. I don't know. Unbreakable is my favorite film from him, and it's a soft twist that,
Would you recommend? I haven't seen.
You haven't? Unbreakable is literally my favorite film of all time.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, I was about to reveal the nature of the. It basically it's a superhero film, but filmed. It's like taken from the most grounded viewpoint possible, which is bizarre considering it's M. Night Shyamalan.
I was gonna say it's Shyamalan, but
but it was in his good era.
Yeah,
that is true. But I can continue talking about this particular scene, the plan that doesn't really make sense because Caitlyn again sets up a contingency just in case. Sorry, not Caitlyn. Vi sets up a contingency for Caitlyn in case she changes her mind with Jinx in the span of a time that it takes her to convince Caitlyn to effectively switch back. There's wriggle room there, but also discuss the plans for the soldiers, but also have Vi go back to the commune, talk to Jinx, come right back without Caitlyn knowing about Jinx, to having the whole switcheroo with Caitlyn pretending to bring Vi in.
So Adam Madman is like, I gotta ask, were any characters ruined here? Here, let's see, Caitlyn flipped on her principles. It's pretty fucking fast.
It's a light switch with Caitlyn, but I wouldn't say ruined.
Yeah, no. What's more
Not
so
yet.
here is, it's time and space are wibbly wobbly right now in this scene. That's really what's going on here.
Oh yeah, but yes, not yet. That is correct. Thank you.
But if we can peel back, because I wanted to go forward to that scene briefly to address your point. We get. Let's see, where are we?
Right there.
Here we are. Then we'll force his hand. We will prohibit Victor's success. Sorry, what was Victor? Oh, sorry. So they were like, okay, we're creative. We're going to try and prevent him from fixing Warwick because we need Warwick as he is, not as he would be fixed. And so
I don't
Singed,
get that.
What? I don't hate that either. I think Singed being like, oh, we can just make a serum that prevents that healing. Like we can.
The thing.
Sorry,
The when I say I don't get that is just like, is Victor effectively going to biologically and like alchemize him like Full Metal Alchemy to look like Vander before, or is he just going to bring his memory back? Because right now the shit that Victor wants, not Victor, Singed wants from Warwick is purely biological.
Do you know anything about Dungeon Meshi?
I can't say that I do.
Anyone here care about spoilers for Dungeon Meshi at all?
I've only watched up to episode 6.
Okay.
I don't think I've finished it yet, but I'm not really.
Never mind. I cannot use that reference. Anyway, what I was going to say is that I think it would be more like Victor is slowly peeling away the wolf layers inside of Vander. And like, I don't think Vander will ever be 100% himself, but I think like slowly his biology might be fixed a little bit and slowly his humanity will be restored. I think it's like kind of a two-pronged effort, and it'll be more along the lines of the commune goers, but it's like a very slow, gradual, and painful process. And Sinch is like, oh, we can just prevent that by making the situation worse.
I don't think that he'd be human per se, just that, I don't know, like the Beast from Beauty and the Beast, you know what I'm saying? Like his memory, his personhood would still be in there, and maybe he'd have some like bad beast instincts, but I think that, I don't think that they were going to give him a human body or anything.
Well, the thought process that I was going for was like, it brings his mind back and everything, but again, the biology that makes Warwick valuable to Singed will still be there even if the process is like done. That's where my thought process was, like, because it's entirely like mind/soul things. It's not really biological.
I think it would be that Vander, now sentient, wouldn't want to do violence, I guess.
Yeah, and to be fair, it'd be hard to get him to agree after that.
It's not a case of violence. Again, with Singed's like final big goal, he effectively says, "Hey Vander, can I have a sample of your blood?"
Oh, and then the blood tries to go back into Vander.
I mean, Singed worked around that before, so.
But yeah, they basically they're planning to sabotage Victor's efforts because it would detriment them. And as they're talking about this, Caitlyn walks in and is, I love Ambessa's like, "The fuck you doing in here?" Yes,
yes.
Can I help you? And Caitlyn's just like, I brought my ex.
Actually, you mean your key? Some call it Kai, though.
Shut the fuck up!
Oh my god!
Oh my lord!
I had to bring it back.
My bro had the perfect comeback. Holy shit!
Speaking of comeback, Jace has arrived.
How did you get here? How did you get here? With nobody recognizing him or
okay, I want to be very clear. You saw this man walking past you in the streets. Are you going to talk to him?
I'm going to call the police.
Do you think they're going to want to talk to him?
Yes.
It's like trick or treat. It's not Halloween.
He's like,
a grown man is on your porch asking for candy, and you're going to tell him no.
Things though, like underground. So I guess I don't know
he
the
swam
geography of this, but I don't know. I was thinking, he left the tunnel and then he was in Zon and then he just walked and nobody fucked with him. But that may not actually make sense based on where they are.
Cal, have you seen a map of Piltover?
I clearly not. I don't think
because you know how they had that whole big plot point about these tunnels, they go right down to Zon, like all these things. I can't believe you built this failsafe to funnel in. If you look at a map, the fucking hex gate is like on the north, like the most northern edge of the city in like the upper city, the Piltover. It is so fucking far. Like we're talking miles away from the Undercity to the point of like, okay, no, if something exploded here, the first people affected are going to be Pilties, no matter fucking what. Like I don't understand, like, logistically, it makes absolutely no sense what they're arguing about the nature of.
So that plot point is even more like. Just
it makes no fucking sense. We talked about it on stream about that. It makes no sense.
It's bad. It's bad. But
Oh,
the thing I
right.
have for
I know
Jace
what
here
you
is that like this is the man of progress, someone who has been missing for several months. Yeah, he's a bit of a wild man right now, but it's a
Did he ever
case
get a
of-
chance to appropriately resign from the council, or do we know
No,
that? Or do we just
he
assume that it
didn't.
happened off
He
screen?
never
Are there
did.
just a
He
bunch of
never
people
did.
who are like,
Basically-
"Hey, where's Counselor Jace?"
So
right
basically,
now?
whenever the police came up to him, he's like, "I'm a counselor. Leave me the fuck alone."
Okay, if I saw that, I would have no problems with it. But again, he's just here. He's just here now. He's
Yeah.
just
It's
here now.
the same
I
energy
think
of
I
Ron
have-
Swanson walking through a Home Depot and just like, "Can I help you, sir? I know more than you."
I know what you.
This is kind of getting ahead of things, but like, can we talk about how Jace's mom, like, her child went missing for 4 months, 3 months. No one had any answers. We don't ever hear from her again, like ever thinking about
fall into the
Jace.
then,
Yeah.
He's
and
a
then-
wild man walking through the streets, and even like his mom. It doesn't get back to his mom at
No,
all. Like she
it's
just
wild.
doesn't know
Well,
literally anything.
The worst part about it is he gets disintegrated at the end of the season, and his mom's never shown.
Yeah,
dude.
Well,
I'm now
I think-
imagining
actually,
a
no,
scene where
I
like,
think
there you go.
Yeah, I think there was a scene. I think it was brief. I think you can see the back of her head when like everyone's lighting like the little papers and stuff. But like it's kind of hard to tell if it's her. I think I
This-
vaguely
this
remember someone
kinda-
looking like her. That and like
it
the
pisses me off.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
know.
it is-
I know it does, and I have a thing about that I wanted to talk about with the freaking Vi and Caitlyn thing, but I got pulled away because I had to put away dinner.
Oh my
But
apologies.
fucking, there's a great video that was made recently, by a YouTuber named Local Script Man. I probably mentioned him on this channel a couple times
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
He made a recent video talking about exposition and using Arcane season 2 as the butt of the joke here, I guess. And he puts this in a really interesting way that I'm not sure whether or not this is super true when it comes to writing, but it feels true. He kind of states that the more simple your show is, the more you can get away with having exposition be conveyed either super dramatically or abstractly, right? Where it's not always straightforward. And the more complex your show is, the opposite is true. The more simple you have to give out that information.
yeah, because
And I
it's the
think-
intuitiveness of it all. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you're right on track. You're absolutely on track. It's part of the intuitiveness there, and that's something that Arcane season 1 comparatively had done really well because there's a lot of moving parts, and it's all very relatively seamless when it comes to giving out information. But in season 2 here, it's nothing but abstract in ways in which the show chooses to give out information. Like
It's
things
slippery.
like Jace being able to get here, just somehow, just by trying to find Victor in an ordinary sense. I can kind of headcanon it. I can let it slide a little bit. It's a bit contrived, but whatever. But it's not just this. It's death by 1,000 cuts, and the show asks us to kind of just suspend our disbelief to that level. It's like a stamina bar in a video game.
Yeah, Adam
It's-
Zelke, by the way, says, imagine as Jace is sneaking around, he encounters Caitlyn in the canyon. I need to kill Victor for the safety of the world. Ambessa, bitchin', let's do it.
Yeah.
It's
Go ahead.
But I know I'm butchering, Local Script Man's point here, but I think I got the main message across. You all should definitely watch his video.
Yeah.
at some point.
We'll take it up. But the thing that I was going to add on to that is it's a case of the audience needing to do a lot of headcanon for the show to make it really work. When in Arcane Season 1, that there wasn't as much work that was required.
Yeah, we saw everything we needed to, and we understood why it was happening, and like, that's where like Arcane Season 2, you either are willing to give it the benefit of the doubt over and over and over again, which I am.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, I'm in the Ruby fan, for fuck's sake. I can headcanon.
Yeah,
to
of
my
course.
heart's
But
content.
again, stamina.
You
bar.
have a power. You have a like stamina bar where you've got like 99 in every single.
Yeah,
Dark
I
Souls
maxed
game,
out
man.
that
You can't
stat.
stop.
I
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
power grinded that. But no, but like other than that, you can't always rely on that. It has to be one of those like from a creative standpoint, you need to very much be careful how much you put in, because just so many people will break very quickly.
And again, if this were a much simpler show, you can relatively get away with that. Like if it was in a more contemporary setting, for example, sure. But in this kind of setting, in this kind of show, it just doesn't really work as well in turn. Not even if you want to say writing wise, it's fine. In terms of audience as an experience as an audience member, it can be kind of janky, and I think that's where people have issues with it.
Yeah, and I think what bothers me, particularly about the Jace's mom thing, but then everything else too, is that it wouldn't bother me as much if they didn't make a point out of it that his mom was like, okay, yeah, this
really
happened to us, but maybe you're delusional. Don't worry about it. Like, you know what I mean? So I feel like that.
Well, 2 points.
I feel like that's a big part of it.
Well, 2 things. Well, first, Adam Zelke says needing to use fan/headcanon to fill in the blanks / write for the writers seems to be a big issue with web series lately. I can't really comment on that. I don't keep up with many web series at this point.
Well, if everything I've been hearing about Has Been Hotel has been true, yeah, probably. I don't know.
I've seen
I never watched a single
Cal's videos
episode of those shows, and now I'm very glad I didn't.
Oh, I've seen everything.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Cal.
But the second thought I had on
what
like,
have people been saying?
Well, one minute, like I was gonna say the point of his mother. I had this image in my head of him just like the first place he goes to kind of like calm down is his home, and we get a mirror of that scene from season 1 where he's like thinking over his options, and he's like, I don't, I know what I have to do, but I don't have the strength to do it. Kind of thing, and he's like talking to his mom, and it's like the weirdly enough, he's in the most delusional state he's ever been in, but he's telling his mom, "No, you were right. I was deluded in my dream. I gotta go destroy it now." And like his mother just being like, "What the fuck is happening?"
Yeah,
I just want you to know I'm fine letting it slide that you quoted Kylo Ren.
Yeah. Well,
look, it's a good fucking line.
I didn't notice that.
Well,
I'm letting it slide.
Thing to add that to ease the question of like why doesn't X, Y, or Z person like call him, like you could have a bit where his mom is like reaching towards the equivalent of the phone, but then he just swings his hammer, destroys it, and like wanders off, and she's just stunned to the point where he can get down here without anyone like interfering with him.
Yeah. Or now hear me out. He just like rides his hammer like a broom and fires it off to fly.
Oh my god!
I mean,
oh my god!
I mean, I've seen fan art of that. I think
he's like, "Hey, mom, so I watched this show called Ruby." And listen, there's this cool thing about how like all the weapons are also guns.
But yeah, so Vi has been quote unquote captured. Caitlyn ties her up. Ambessa is completely oblivious to any chance that Caitlyn's going to turn on her because Ambessa decided to take the idiot stick here.
The thing that I actually have to comment is, so Noxians do not like pat down people to check for like knives or other things and such like that, or.
Well, I mean, I guess they were presuming that Caitlyn gave Vi enough of a thorough pat down, but they didn't realize that she instead gave Vi a thorough pat down.
Fair, but I'm just saying, like, if any random guard did that, this kind of operation with Caitlyn and Vi kind of goes up and ends. And it kind of breaks.
You would think that Rictus would be on top of that. So to keep up the act, Vi spits on Caitlyn, and Caitlyn is just into that shit, so she wipes it towards her own mouth. Someone pointed that out, and I can't unsee it now.
Oh my god!
I hate that, and fuck me. Now it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
I hate it too.
But yeah, basically they're going to go in, juice up Warwick with whatever is going to prevent him from healing properly, and basically just storm the entire commune, which, not a great thing. And so we have scouts up now, Sir 6 collectively.
It's her talking to Vi to explain everything, the conversation that we didn't get to see, I think.
Right. So we get back to the commune as things are real. We know that doom is coming. And as this happens, we see Isha. I guess that's a like a guardhouse that Isha is sneaking out of, and she has managed to retrieve Jinx's weapon. They and the hex cores.
Cool.
So yeah, that's about it. I had some time to think lately. So I don't. Maybe this would be argument against her being deaf, because she actually, I think she does hear Jinx more than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she
her eye wasn't like.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Kaiser. God, I keep interrupting you. My apologies.
No, we were. I think we had the same thought. Like,
Yeah,
she seemed like she was looking at her after she heard what she said.
Don't worry, interrupting Kaiser is a proud tradition here on Jacked.
I see. I'm having a bad influence on
next time I
everyone else.
interrupt with you guys, I'm never gonna apologize again.
Well, no, because no matter what, we can always blame the internet. That's the joke.
I'm just glad it's not just me, because I have a very bad habit of doing that to everyone.
But then we get Jinx, unfortunately, kind of just sealing Isha's fate here. It's like, ever since you came in my life, I put glasses on. I can't tell if things are blurry or clear. I like that kind of mitigation of like, I can't tell if this is a good or a bad thing. Like it's like you're kind of making me, I don't know. And then she's like reflecting on the nature of her relationship with Isha. And then she tells a dumb joke, which isn't really a joke. It's just her saying the punchline to the fight that's about to lead up. They walk into a weird cult.
I just thought,
is Isha
I wonder if the... Oh, sorry.
No, you were talking first. Go ahead.
Oh, I wonder if the blurry and clear thing, now that I'm thinking about it, was supposed to be like her love for Isha, now that her priorities are clear, but also she can't think straight anymore if she cares about her so much that she's letting her emotions get in the way. And
that's
so
kind of what
I just realized that. I really like that.
Yeah, it's a nice. I just wish it had been like the line before it. I think was the more like club to the head level of that. And I would, I would like
redrafting.
Redraft would have helped like cut that down.
My only comment on it is I can't tell if things are blurry or clear. The first thing that came to my head when I was watching it was, you need to get your glasses rearranged, Glove.
I was gonna say she's
glasses on.
I was gonna say she's rocking out the puddle of mud.
Though this is actually something that was brought up to me by my roommate. He didn't really like how effectively Jinx is getting ready and waiting for like shit to go down. She sees Caitlyn, who she's got a lot of mixed feelings for, and Singed, who really did traumatize her by pumping her full of shimmer in season 1. And she is like on the ball, ready to go, when we already saw earlier, like saying powder was enough to like trigger a little flash, but wasn't much here. Do you guys have thoughts on that?
I just assume it's because she's been around Isha.
I don't know. Like, I could see her wanting to jump the gun, but I think at this point she actually wants to preserve the life that she has, and that does not include shooting her sister's maybe girlfriend. We're not entirely sure, and also like maybe shooting Singed works. Maybe.
I don't necessarily like disagree that I think it's a problem, but I think it's just an offshoot of like how we haven't gotten to see like any of the time that she spent with Isha and like what exactly caused her to kind of, gain a bit more of her sanity, and in to what degree, why certain ticks no longer tick her in a certain way, why she feels certain ways that.
I will like also add to that. I would think that the scene where Caitlyn goes into the camp with Vi, or goes into the camp to investigate and comes into contact with them, could have done a lot to finesse this particular circumstance.
And if I could have a request, actually, for the panel, Adam Zelke brings up something in a super chat. Can we talk about that after the end with Isha's final scene?
Yeah, okay, so the question he asked is, just going to ask this now, do you think Isha is just a plot device for Jinx instead of an actual character? We've already touched on this a little bit earlier, but this is definitely the episode to finally, like, I think really bringing the focus
take
at the
off the
very
pin
end.
there.
I keep because I was clicking on the freaking chat. I keep putting all these like periods into chat because I'm trying to like feather forward. And then Ambessa starts fucking monologuing.
Oh my
You
god!
sly dog!
Monologuing.
Just telling how feeble I am, how I live.
Why doesn't Ambessa just kill Jinx? Or sorry, Vi?
Hey, so
Why?
it's a thing that I brought up to Pete earlier, and I feel like I should share it. Remember when she monologued to the Black Rose assassin that was trying to kill her, and she was at her mercy?
She was like, man, that Black Rose assassin, even though I killed them, they had such style with their monologuing in my face. Let me take pointers from that.
Exactly. It's just like, your only interest here, Ambessa, is to kill Vi. Not only do you monologue, you indulge Vi monologuing right back when, in all accounts from Ambessa's perspective, putting a foot of steel through Vi's skull is just a positive for her.
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily that clear cut. I think that would definitely, even though her and Caitlyn are on the outs, I think that would still create some bad blood. It's like you killed Vi completely unnecessary, like, you know, extrajudiciously. Like, what the fuck?
My issue with that entirely is the fact that in this entire monologue, she says, "Yeah, I gotta kill you to like keep things the way I want it."
Yeah,
Which should have brought into her mind that, like, if she already has it in her head that Vi has that much sway over Caitlyn,
that should bring up some questions.
Why the hell would she not think that something is up? Yeah.
I was just gonna say that too. Like, that's my beef with the monologue, is that earlier we talked about Ambessa having the idiot stick, but she's aware. She's aware about how much Vi means to Caitlyn or has sway over Caitlyn, and so why?
Well, that's why she has the idiot
stick. Her
stick.
First thought, like, she still has it.
It's like the idiot stick is like blinders. It's an idiot blinders. Like, oh yes, you're definitely a weakness to my plan. It couldn't be possible that you're the weakness to my plan this very second.
Raymond,
just frustrating because she seemed self-aware for a second, and then she lost it.
Oh.
She took Jinx's glasses.
Oh, that's great.
But
She's invincible. she can't.
I was gonna say,
look,
like,
she can't lose. She's the queen of the
better
storyline.
circumstance here, very interestingly, would be, okay, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you very fucking dead. But I need to make it look like you broke out and tried to kill me. So that way, Caitlyn still follows me, but thinks that you tried to, I killed you in self-defense. It makes complete sense. Caitlyn will fall for it. She'll be suspicious, sure, because she's smart. But, we make it look good. And so it's like she releases Vi and Zi's like, well, okay, but our plan was already to be free. So, net. What?
Yeah, like, it's a case where the easy thing would be, like, Ambessa grabs a spear. She cuts a line to allow Vi to get out, and then in front of her she like tips over a weapon rack and just like, oh, here's a sword for you, here's a spear, here's some cestices, like choose your weapon basically, so I can make this easier. Something like that to add in the plan.
Yeah, you know what? Weirdly enough, like her making it sort of a competition type deal could have been really good. And then Vi's just like, okay, but how about not? That's the net thing. And it's just like, wait, what? It's like I had this whole like dramatic plan that was going to work and it was going to like look good, and you just fucked me over. Caitlyn's already on your shit. I should have just straight up killed you.
God damn it. No, I 100% agree to that. But she just keeps listening to Vi talk about the 3 things she needs to have someone to trust you, when that should set off like a lot of red flags, but unfortunately,
immediately it's like, okay, wait, no, no, you shut up now. I'm the monologue.
That like talks of trust would be the first thing that would tip you off in any case.
Well, the fact that she says, "Don't worry, she's not distracted."
It's like, okay, like immediately, Ambessa should be like, elaborate, don't move, but elaborate. Like, well, about trust. No. Caitlyn.
Elaborate.
Specifically, Caitlyn. Don't get flowery with me. Talk.
And it's actually something that I personally would have really liked to see with that, like, sort of pseudo competition. In that, like, oh hey, we're about to get like champion combat, but then boom, net.
I was gonna say, like, we never do get a Vi versus Ambessa thing, and really, I feel
That
like
would've
that
been
fits a
cool.
lot more than Ambessa versus Caitlyn. You know what? Vi and Caitlyn versus Ambessa? I could see that working.
That would've been
Same, yeah.
Mm?
I don't like they had to get, like, I guess you could get Mel in there too, but I think by that point, Ambessa's just fucking outgunned. I know she's
Yeah.
powerful, but I don't think
Yeah.
she's 3 other champions.
Yeah, I think you would need like some more champions on her.
Well, clearly she was fed earlier, so that she's definitely able to fight 3v1.
But yeah, so Vi gives this whole spiel about what she's learned about the nature of trust, I guess. And Ambessa puts it together way too fucking slowly that she's not chained up. She can dodge out of the way of a sword, and she's got this device that we keep getting like, oh yeah, they're actually working together, guys.
It's Caitlyn's E actually.
Also, it's the net that they apparently used to capture the other Chem Barons in episode 3.
Yeah, it's been there. It's an interesting little device, and I like it.
Yeah.
Well, for one, Vi, why didn't you just throw it right at her?
It has to be activated. The thing that gets me with the editing of this scene is
she
Ambessa throws a knife, Caitlyn throws the device up, and then Ambessa is frozen until the thing comes right back, and that and then the net can be activated for like Vi to win the fight. It's not really a fair surprise. It's that the editing makes Ambessa basically on pause until the exposition to show, hey guys, we're working together, and then Vi gets the win.
Hey, guys,
Celtic, we
what
could
does
have
that-
seen
what does that
Savika
remind you
versus
of?
Ambessa if she was here. Okay, hear me
Ooh.
out though. Savika team up with Ambessa.
Hey, I actually could. No, I can totally see that because like a Noxus takeover of Zon and Piltover is unironically possibly in her best interest.
Yeah,
Maybe.
and then
Yeah,
we get a
that's
brief
like
glimpse
that
inside of
was-
Vi and Kate's bedroom with this flashback.
Wow.
So what do you think, Fat Man?
Oh, I was saying like, the Savika and Bessa team up. Cuz it's like the fact that she like, in the final episode anyway, she like, she comes to the aid of Piltover. And it's just
Yeah.
like what the fuck? What the fuck am I watching?
Like, wait. In this hypothetical better Arcane, what if that, like, the moment that she is offered the choice to join Ambessa was also around the same time that she finds out that Jinx killed Silco?
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, but that's another thing, and
That was a whole discussion we've already gone over a billion
Yeah.
times.
I mean, okay, it's less about her not teaming up with
Ambessa.
fucking Noxus. It's more about her actively teaming up with Piltover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that is the thing,
Yeah,
and
I feel like definitely Savika and Caitlyn being the subordinates to Ambessa during her whole I've conquered Piltover and Zon plan and I'm doing martial law bullshit. Like, and both of them, you get cross-contamination where Savika and Caitlyn can actually interact with one another and talk about, the woes between the two cities or the two factions, the two towns or whatever. So you can get some cross-contamination there of ideas. But then on top of that, both of them realizing we have a bigger fish to fry in Ambessa and that we both hate this. That would have been, and that leads ultimately to like maybe Savika is like, no, I'm not getting involved in any of this. I don't want to be under anyone. We're out. And at the very end, she has to be convinced, or she ultimately has like the guilt of like, no, if we let Piltover fall, Zon also falls. We got to get in there and fight. Like there's so much more to be done with Savika there.
which gets her the position of the
Right,
council
and then
that we
like
see later.
Caitlyn's like, you're getting my position on the council. Like I'm not gonna step up as Kira.
Yep.
Adam Zeki says, hasn't Noxus been helping Piltover kick Zon's ass for the past few months? And she's been trying to get Jinx to be a hero of Zon.
Yes, but this was a hypothetical.
We're talking hypothetical. There's a lot of different routes we could have taken Savika instead of that.
Yeah, I'm not
is certainly a
necessarily
character.
all for like that particular route, but it would at least be a route for her to go.
This actually brings up my next point with Ambessa in the net and Vi effectively winning. Should Vi have just killed Ambessa right then and there?
Yeah, like you were talking about, like, oh, why doesn't Ambessa just kill, just kill Vi? And I'm just like, well, in a couple minutes we're gonna be having the exact same conversation.
Why isn't anyone dying, guys?
Well, it's a case of I'm honestly trying to think of what are the negatives of Vi killing Ambessa right here.
Well, the season would have ended an episode earlier than it did.
True, you're right, but
I see no downsides to this.
I see really
this
no
as an
downside.
absolute win.
It's there should have been like something of a reason of like, oh, I have to really plot armor. It's the only victim is the audience. Okay, good rival, but there should have been like a thing of like
Politics.
Well, politics, yes, but at the same time, all politics leads to Ambessa having no real political sway in Noxus, so they're just like, oh, thanks for like dealing with the loose cannon of us. And also, didn't Caitlyn just get done saying to Vi, don't underestimate Ambessa?
I was going to say,
the only...
the logic I would go with is, one, we know her holdings have been taken by the Black Rose, which is only one faction within the meta knowledge that we have of Noxus at this point. So that means there's at least 2 other factions potentially that could actually value Ambessa in some level as a general. She's not just leading troops for no reason. She is a decorated officer in Noxian military and politics. That doesn't go unnoticed. And honestly, that it should not be overlooked that Piltover kind of fucking evaporated her and her forces at the end of the season in the Noxus show. That should not be forgotten. Although, admittedly, it is helped that Mel is Mel and the Black Rose are ultimately the parties responsible for her death, so it might mitigate things.
It goes back to the conversation that I had earlier of just a scene with Swain.
But a scene with Swain that could have helped. I don't know, only what you've told me about him. But that's, to me, it's just like, if you kill her, this might be the start of a massive international incident. I mean, we're already on the cusp of one, but that just feels like you're tipping the glass before it needs to be. It ultimately winds up tipping anyway because they kind of go to war. But if you're Caitlyn and you're Vi and you're doing everything in your fucking power to prevent going to war with a foe that could potentially wipe Piltover off the map, you're going to take every precaution.
About that. A foe that can potentially wipe Piltover off the map after they're supercharged by Victor Jesus.
I mean,
they don't know that's going to happen.
They're already an active threat. Right?
Yeah, so exactly. Like it's a case of removing Ambessa is just a flat positive overall.
No, because
it is, yes, actually.
Presume they don't. The things do not go completely tits up. Isha doesn't die. There's no explosion. There's no betrayal by Rictus or whatever.
Vander out of there.
They get Vander out of there, and the Noxians are left to just scramble to try and find them. There is no war. If they killed Ambessa, though, Rictus is calling in reinforcements. Rictus is calling down the fucking hammer. They're no longer
kill Rictus too.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
throwing this out there. It's why I mentioned the Singe betrayal first. Like, kill Rictus and Ambessa, boom, you're fine.
I wonder if we're almost asking the wrong question, because isn't it more important to ask, well, why would Vi care? So that would be the political reasons would need to be like with Caitlyn. Like Caitlyn would have to tell Vi, hey, don't kill her. And so there might be all of these reasons, but I think that
we should have been told them
Caitlyn
if they are.
to tell Vi why to care about them, basically.
Again, it's one of those things where it's like,
is like the first layer, and the character stuff is the second one. Yeah,
you've got to like actually think it up in order to explain it, and that's really fucking frustrating because I think
Yeah,
there is an explanation available, but they didn't actually offer it.
No, we talked about it. The conversation between Caitlyn and Vi where everything's explained right there. That's where we get everything.
Shit. Well,
And it doesn't come off of like, oh, we have to have this misdirect from the audience. No, you turn it into a sort of like an Ocean's 11 style thing of like, here's the plan. Let's see. Hopefully it works out, sort of thing. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. How do you get Vi out of that situation? Like okay, well, presume Vi was down to kill Ambessa. How do you do that? How do you get her out of there without killing Ambessa?
I don't know.
Guards, I could see that, but like she was warned about the guards.
I would probably have it be the guards of them hearing the commotion of, well, it is an electric net, so like people are like sizzling like, wait, what the fuck is that? They go in, Vi grabs Caitlyn's rifle and just books it. That's probably an easy way, honestly.
Well, I mean, I don't know. If I were Vi, I'd risk my life to kill her. If honestly, like if politics weren't on the table and I just knew this bitch was basically pulling a lot of the strings, I'd risk the guards if it meant that I could potentially just save everyone's lives from this madman.
To quote my roommate, one good rock was all it took.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Gotta meet your roommate, man.
Oh, he's great.
But yeah, so yeah, Ambessa gets electro-strangled or electro-netted, and Caitlyn turns on good old Dr. Revik. And we get to see his face, but we don't usually get to see his mouth. It's always unnerving, too, because he doesn't have any lips.
I'm kind of surprised, by the way. Decent dental work.
Yeah. Not only does the mutation have to survive, but the dental plan as well.
oh,
Oh, of course.
But then we get Jace, who's like somehow sneaking around with that big ass fucking hammer.
No, wait. Future Victor, I'm trying to get to your past self, but the clank of my big hammer is alerting the guards.
All right, beer.
A security camera. No, a surveillance camera. He keeps having like these mental freakouts, which I suppose are just panic attacks from his trauma, but I had taken it from what Victor had said that this was supposed to be some kind of weird possession thing going on with him. So I'm not. I feel like it's another one of those dropped plot point kind of things.
Yeah.
When you eventually know about it, where Future Victor effectively gives Jace a rune stone that will solve most of his problems, could he not have just given him the rune stone equivalent of like an ibuprofen or some shit to stop this like stuff from happening?
I mean, I think that would be kind of a neat details of like even Future Victor, as far as he's come, doesn't have like full mastery of everything. It's like
correct, but it's a case of, it's actually something that I thought about. It turns into the Aizen paradox for like Bleach, where functionally you have a character that is world-shatteringly powerful, world-shatteringly smart, and access to multiple dimensions, yet they fail effectively a 5-minute thought process of like, yeah, I might need this, this, and this in order to like ensure that my plan goes through.
Sorry,
I mean, the final thing that I have is, well, and also Jace sees a child and immediately goes into the kill response, but...
I'm still not entirely clear. So, like, we're thinking that the reason why he's these kinds of mental breakdowns is because he has this gemstone embedded in his wrist, or...
No, I had thought that there was something that he had been imbued with before I saw Act 3. But no, I'm pretty much thinking this is just supposed to be trauma now.
It's the biggest thing that I can give for it is that it's mental deterioration / craziness from crossing over dimensions. Like, you can easily see a human mind not fully comprehending that. But with information that we learn in Act 3, this comes off as Jace is doing this to allow the rest of the season to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When,
especially if this isn't even if if this is trauma 1, it goes away pretty quickly after like the whole killing Victor thing.
Yeah,
And then the other thing is
in
also
episode 8, right?
depending on like what events caused that trauma, it also kind of brings the question of like whether or not future Victor could have prevented that trauma in the first place. But again, that's for later episode.
Eric Roman just said, Jace, call me William Afton. Mel, because you're going to put a
my
child in me, right? Jace, ... Mel, because you're going to put a child in me, right?
Oh,
That's
Oh,
awful, but hilarious.
Jason, that's it. I'm getting me mallet.
That's it. I'm getting you
I'm getting me out.
I guess the only other thing that we can talk about with this particular scene is that everyone in the hive mind sees this guy with a very obvious weapon and immediately takes him to Victor.
It's still got fucking Sallow's blood on it, I'm pretty sure.
It does, yes.
You can see where his
There's,
face sloughed off.
it's like no concern. That actually, I don't even know. I'd have to let me look at like one of the scenes a little bit later. But I'm wondering if like Victor even like understands what Jace is about to do.
I don't think he does.
I doubt it
I
personally.
want to say like he actually looks at him contently just before he does
Yeah,
it,
it
which
was
is
like
just
I
confusing.
had thought this was like part
Shonen
of Victor's plan. So it's like we'll get to that. We'll get to that. The end of this episode is a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Oh, Twi got a Cookie Monster shake.
Oh,
That's cute.
that's cool.
Awesome.
It looks good, guys.
I would put it up on screen, but I'm not swapping over to my browser right now.
Yeah.
So, Jace gets taken to Victor's
Egg.
goon egg. And he's like, oh my god, you have ascended. You've become Jesus. And yeah, so we're kind of left hanging there as he's like staring in awe. We go over to Caitlyn, who is like trying to get Warwick out of there, and she gets blindsided by Rictus, who I guess now you can ask the question, how did you get in?
Actually, that's the second thing. So Kate, throwing this out there, the last time that Warwick saw someone in your uniform, he turned them into lasagna.
Does she know that?
And well,
specifically her uniform versus like a normal any day person.
Doesn't it look pretty similar to the enforcer uniforms that like Warwick killed in the prison?
Yeah, but he also killed other people not in the uniforms. So
true, but just throwing this out there, it's food for thought. That 100% is nitpick. The second thing of my nitpick is like, so is was Caitlyn supposed to like wake him up and then like lead him out, or was she supposed to like push him? Because that's a that's King Kong. That's King Kong right there. You're not pushing that.
Okay, look, Vi gave her some doggy treats. And it was just a
Dude.
like just whistling and clicking her tongue.
I think it should have been a case of I guess the plan is like, don't worry, Vi will be here soon and we'll get you out. So like Vi and say Jinx could like convince him to leave. She was just there to secure the area, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, Rictus starts choking Kate, and Kate's like, wait, you can't do that. Only Vi's allowed to do that. Basically, Jinx comes in with the save.
And
yeah.
I was going to say, and this is, by the way, would be a excellent payoff to that scene where Kate and Jinx talk to one another, where Jinx comes out of literal nowhere to get the save for Caitlyn, which will change her mind.
Yeah. And I do like the fight. It's a pretty good brawler versus speedster fight. Although, that first blow cuts one of her pigtails, doesn't it?
Some of her hair, I think.
I'm pretty sure it cuts off.
Yeah, no, just the top of her hair.
Oh yeah, the tip of it. Yeah, just the tip.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a really good little speedster fight. It's actually followable, unlike the original Warwick fight.
Well, at least it's in daytime.
And it does a great job of demonstrating just how powerful these runes are and how it lets you basically fight firearms.
Yeah. And a lovely little thing is that we see images and bits like Jinx is constantly using her flash.
Yes. She is
Right.
absolutely taking advantage of it. And he's keeping up, but she doesn't really... I mean, she doesn't have any room to, I think, really capitalize on any openings. And then he grabs her by her hair.
It's a case of a fighter being slower than one, but the slower fighter is still the more skilled one. And he's able to capitalize on simple things of like her hair being
yeah,
grabbable.
she was careless in that point, which is absolutely fucking
Hairless.
fair. Unlike
Yeah.
hairless, fuck off.
A minor question, is he also a champion or not? He is not a champion, no.
Yeah, unlike certain other speedsters we might know about that stop the talk.
Don't stop the talk.
Unless he
Don't
comes
stop
back
talking.
as some other champion.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
Potential.
so he's
Dr.
about to
Mundo.
kill her, and he takes his good sweet time. Well, he doesn't. He's, I guess, decently fast enough to it. But then Warwick steps in, and he says, "What?"
I was gonna say, there's a lot of people that's like, oh, he took his sweet time. No,
That
he
was
has
a
her
couple
pinned under
seconds.
one leg. She doesn't have access to her firearm, and he's like catching a breath before delivering a killing blow. And more than anything, in terms of raw physical feats, Warwick is the top of the food chain for everything in Arcane.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
pretty much almost anyone else in this situation would not have been able to block him like this.
Yeah, I was gonna say like he's taking his time, but no, he really wasn't.
Yeah,
And
he
of course-
really wasn't.
Vander speaking through Warwick, clearly with a full sentence, full thought, in protection of Jinx. I mean, for all the problems of this season, fuck that hits.
It's
Yeah, it's
something
really
as
bad.
simple as like, congratulations, you have angered Papa Bear.
Yeah, it's like that's that trope. It's simple. It's just that trope. It's not complicated. It's a monster who's a father. The father comes through. It's like it's a very classic trope, and it hits fucking hard.
And it's set up relatively fine, so
Yeah.
it's like, I can deal with it.
And then Vander just punts him through a fucking wall.
Uh,
The fact that this man lives through that alone is impressive.
I was about to say, I'm surprised he managed to live after that. But
So Caitlyn gets to wake back up just as Vi comes running into the room, and literally the entire she gets to see the family portrait. Very cute, very fun. The wolfhounds are all together again.
Yay! I'm sure nothing bad will happen.
Yeah, I was gonna say this. Well, and then Jace is like, "I fuck your happy ending," and decides.
Also,
to...
I was wrong with my assumption. I've for some reason I thought that Victor had like a different reaction than what he actually does to
no, he
Jace
looks
killing him. No, he
genuinely
was.
surprised. Yeah. Which, now that I think about it, why would he be surprised? Given
You can see through the
He
eyes of
really
like everyone
don't-
else.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not even just that, but like he knows that Jace is coming to kill him. Since he came out of the fucking Arcane space.
Well,
Yeah,
and he
yeah.
also killed Sallow immediately after telling him we have to attack. And
Yeah.
like the implications kind of that
Isa
when
says-
like the source of your power is the hex core. Sorry.
Izanagi says, the best way to put it, I think, is the show delivers strong emotional moments, but the actual story structure fails hard. Shame the story doesn't hold up. Yeah, absolutely. Like,
It's
I
hard-
think that's pretty strongly accurate.
yeah, that's
It's
the
hard for
best way
me to
describe
say
it.
that like completely fails, but in terms of it just faltering a whole lot, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like
so
it literally Arcane is like the honor student who got straight A's in high school, got like all the freaking almost perfect GPA, has like all the different AP courses, going into college with a bunch of credits. And they get to college, they get a little bit of freedom, and they're just like stumbling drunk for the last 4 years. They still get out with a bachelor's degree, but it was not as worth it.
the
Damn,
semesters
you
were
didn't
not
have to
that
call
good.
me out like that.
Holy
You didn't have to call yourself out like that.
So
I'm mostly kidding, but
Uh-oh.
yeah, I was gonna say Jace gives his Super Saiyan yell. He shoots Victor. That causes some issues.
He pierces Victor in a way that the fandom didn't want to happen.
Ouch. But so here's the thing. We see in this episode someone holding like Victor's hand allows him to like transfer memories and everything, and we later see that Victor seeing what Jace and him, the future Victor, talked about kind of snaps him out of the whole glorious evolution thing. So could the plan have just been, hey, Jace walks up to Victor and says, hey, Victor, high five. They high five, the memories transfer over, it stops, and then beers on Jace?
I want to repeat something that I said to I Know Nothing the other night. There is no prize to perfection, only an end to pursuit. In all timelines, only you can show me this, Jace. I see. So you want me to convince your past self that this was why what he was doing was wrong and show him what you've shown me? What? No, I want you to blow a hole in his chest and kill that son of a bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if at the end of the day, the rune
He's
will
crazy
do the
and
rest.
needs to go down.
Yeah, it's the rune and the rune and the memory transfer is all it takes. So, unironically, all Jace had to do was shake Victor's hand, and we would basically be skipping the entirety of episode 9.
Yeah.
Unless I'm mistaken.
I'm trying to think of, okay, that'd be the practical reason, but is there an in-character reason?
Yeah, I
why
was
he
gonna say,
wouldn't do
I
that?
don't.
I'm trying to have an in-character reason of why eventually, because he says,
yeah, it really is this action that he took here. It's like, I guess we have to unfortunately lean on the brain fuckery of time travel or whatever he did, and he just isn't thinking straight. But that's so weak.
But
it's convenient that the brain fuckery ends right after he shoots Victor.
I was about to
I don't
say,
even know if I'd say, like, he seems pretty in his, like, he is dead set on, like, ending Hextech. He tells Sallow, like, coherently, I cannot allow you to leave, and it's implied it's because of Hextech. I don't even, like, I could maybe possibly be talked into believing that that was the intention. I just don't necessarily know if I see even that. Things about, like, his motivations after getting back from the future feel too coherent for it to just be like he's motivated by trauma and head fuckery from time travel.
But again, like, a crisp high five would have destroyed all of Hextech and solved the issue.
Yeah, which is all the more reason why I'm kind of confused.
Like, he walks to Victor and says, "Yo, bro, dab me up!" Bang.
Just no more third impact. You know what, guys? Evangelion would have been completely fine if Shinji just gave his dad a high five.
dab me, Commander Akari, for the safety and longevity of this planet. I need you to dab me the fuck up.
Get in the fucking robot, Shinji. And
they wanted to
high
kill
five.
No, I feel like you could actually maneuver yourself into this happening. It's just, it's not clear exactly what the course of logic is once we know what happened to Jace.
Yeah.
Especially when we know what happens to Jace and then what happens at the end of the season. It's like, wait, these threads don't connect properly. What the fuck?
Workaround, actually. Jace is getting here, but singed Hyper's Warwick, and in the craziness of Warwick going crazy, Jace is unable to get to Victor until Isha does her, like, bomb, for lack of a better term. Which forces the evolution, and it's Jace is, like, literally unable to get to Victor at all because of the ensuing chaos. So his only real option after that is to go back to Piltover and prepare everybody for eventual.
I feel like that removes what they're attempting to do here with the turnabout of Jace having to kill Victor. I feel like they're trying to do something here and, like, trying to preserve it. I don't think that's the route to go, but I don't know how to quite preserve it beyond modifying his course of getting here.
Yeah.
But yeah, he
his last line, which we'll talk about.
Yeah, basically he blows he blows Victor's back out, and yes, I
not in the fun way.
You had to say it.
Yeah, I had to. I couldn't resist. And the entire commune, like, we all thought, okay, maybe they'll disconnect or they'll leave. We all took it kind of pseudo literally. I don't think anyone predicted. Oh yeah, they all just fucking die.
This is you've unplugged the computer.
Yeah, you've unplugged the toaster.
I think Hunter and I may have said that just because we were thinking, oh wait a minute, if Victor healed their injuries, when they die, won't their injuries come back? Like kind of a bad logic, but we got there in the end.
Also, here's a
that
question.
actually
Hey,
works.
Jace,
That works.
why did you come through the commune? Just walk around back.
You know?
There's nothing back there
silly.
except like grass.
Yeah.
I-
I guess.
Glorious Alpha Strike. Just set up your like shot right at the end.
But yeah, and then Jay Sale walks out after unleashing his load, and then
We have to understand, guys are like they're pretty tired afterwards. So
he,
No,
he-
no, 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 no,
he needs
no,
to
no,
recharge his ult.
Raymond,
God,
here's what
just-
I need you to do. Here's what I need you to do. You need to go back to where you see Huck on the floor there, right? Just for 1 second, just go back there real quickly.
Yeah.
All right. Now see this, and then imagine at the bottom left, Brazzers. There you go.
Oh,
You're welcome. You're welcome.
But yeah, everyone comes out of the. Like, they hear what's going on, and like, wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? People are dying. Everything's going bad. They're all getting the brain suck.
and really convenient that the Jace hit happened right now of all time to allow Singe to hypercharge Warwick and cause even more issues.
No, Singe is not responsible for this.
Is he not?
Yeah,
He is not.
I've,
Singe never got the touch.
This is the reverse injury, I think. Like
Yeah, this is basically all the work that Victor did being undone simultaneously, and just
Oh,
Warwick
okay.
going fucking berserk.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense because I've
Um,
seen people say like, "Oh, since Singed is like seen like later in the fire," and a really cool shot. I do like.
I'm pretty sure we
that
see him
he-
unconscious. He's still out.
We see him like standing in the fire during the battle.
Oh. But yeah, Warwick is kind of, crying
Oh
magma.
yeah, and you see like the fingerprints from Victor's,
Head.
mind
Hand,
touch
yeah.
thingy. So yeah, it's probably his death that triggered the hyper state.
Okay, that's fair.
So it's absolutely. Whoa! Oh, the deformation on her face there. That was wobbly.
I like that.
Wop.
Whoop! Boy was stretching right there.
He is superheated. That's pretty brutal looking.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, they're all just horrified by this because he's no longer in control, and it kind of seems like he understands he's no longer in control either, and it's like that's really painful for him.
I mean, the big thing for it is, well, this is just a visualization of Warwick going into his ult
Yeah.
because he actually he does go red and like goes feral and jumps at people.
Ah. Well,
Right.
Speaking of that,
yeah, speaking of that, hi Rictus.
Bye, Rictus.
Hi Rictus. Warwick, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. Warwick, I think he's dead.
the thing I actually really do
I forgot the shot.
yeah, I actually do really like this particular shot for both meme value and everything else, but the fact that Caitlyn recognizes exactly what Ambessa's like reaction is going to be right as it happens, and it just zooms over to Ambessa, to which I would respond to Ambessa, honey, you can throw spears like bullets. You might want to start pelting a motherfucker.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can
They
throw
literally
something bullets
just
start.
get there like at that like split moment, or
Yeah, do something.
were they
you're
standing
secondhand
there? Like,
mad.
did she mobilize her entire forces in this position?
I also
as
like
he
the
was
idea
killing
is, like,
himself, or-
She doesn't know what the fuck is going on. Like, for all she
Yeah.
knows, Caitlyn and Singed came here with, like, and Rictus, and everything was supposed to be going right, but Warwick started going fucking crazy, and Rictus got caught in the crossfire. She doesn't know that Caitlyn betrayed her.
No. I'm talking like not even just that, just the fact that like you can like she can see
her second hand.
Warwick just killing the shit out of Rictus right here. It's just a question of like, okay, so did you and all your men get here literally just at the moment that like he was already getting the shit kicked out of you, or did you like it just seems a little bit it feels like a little bit of time would have passed to like get all of them at that exact position right there, and the amount of time that kind of took Warwick to kill Rictus,
Well,
and just how like sort of.
I was going to say the easy workaround towards it is that like Ambessa does pick up Rictus, but like Warwick is going feral, he's jumping at them. Rictus pushes Ambessa out of the way to save her, and then that kills Rictus.
I mean, I do like how Rictus died here. It's just like a lot needs to be tweaked about this scenario to make a lot of other things work. Also, like the idea of like, it just occurred to me, like, how does Ambessa know that Caitlyn betrayed her? She doesn't. There's no. Well, no, sorry. What am I saying? Fucking Vi. I'm an idiot. Never mind. Ignore me.
Oh yeah,
Ignore me!
I completely forgot about that moment.
I was gonna say it is the like we get flashes of really cool battle shots. Holy shit,
Yeah.
Warwick is cool. Also, by the way, there's my boy Singed, like fucking posting up like he's about to drop the hardest album that Zahn has ever seen.
No, I was about to say Linkin Park needs to make that their cover.
I do gotta say, I mentioned this before. I know it's accurate to her game. I don't like Jinx's zappy gun. It never felt like it had the bite it needed to. In the show,
And
it feels weirdly non-lethal.
It's also a shame that Vi dropped her weapons and didn't get them back. The Atlas gauntlets would be really useful right now.
Yeah. Ambessa's just like, oh, Rictus, I'm so sad that you only have an upper torso. And all this is punctuated by Victor basically being like, hey, what makes us human and like good and such is also what makes us weak and bad. And so we must cut out the human, basically.
What makes us base can also lead
well,
us
wait.
to
So
be
does he know that like all this stuff is happening like as he's dying, or is he just saying that's response to like Jace killing him?
I think it's in response to Jace killing him.
So and like I believe that too. I think that's also all the more reason why I don't feel like Jace wasn't in his right mind when he killed him, because like if it really was just he killed him because like he was insane, then what Victor is saying here kind of doesn't really hold any water.
Honestly, an actual argument between Jace, instead of Jace just walking in and killing him, an actual argument where Jace is trying to explain his point but fails, and Victor is going more and more towards the glorious evolution and realizing, oh, I can't recoup this, I just have to take you out, is more and more in line with what I think should have probably happened.
This is a bit of a slight tangent to add to that particular point. The conversation between Thanos and Gamora in Infinity War, where Thanos is sort of frustrated, where he's not able to fully explain his point. And you could have that sort of frustration growing in Jace until finally it snaps. But obviously that would require the final 2 episodes to be very much reworked.
Right.
As well.
Right.
So basically our heroes are trying to stop, and I have to say that about Jinx, she's apparently a hero now. They're trying to stop everyone from killing Warwick.
Perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, well, I guess, yeah, it's her dad. And everyone's getting tossed around. Logistically, it's kind of a mess. And Isha's watching this. She's horrified. She's seeing how all things are going down, and she basically makes a decision. Which is going to be, I'm going to start playing a Chinese song and go explode.
Yeah.
Wait, is it Chinese?
Yeah, it's Chinese, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And I get what they're going for with these flashes to Isha and Jinx, but I can't help but feel this is really cheap.
Well, we can get to the nature of Isha once we get through the final moment here, but you're right. They're shoving a lot in here, and it's frustrating. It's stuff that I would have presumed happened, considering their relationship. But the fact that we didn't see more of it during kind of frustrates.
It makes it more difficult to get invested in.
Yeah, it's like I would have loved to see these things, like even a montage. Like if this was the music montage, because like we see Jinx is the one that like fully dyes parts of her hair as they're going through. Like if this was the musical montage during one of the episodes to sort of like contrast how this is what Jinx is doing, she's getting better, and then all the bullshit with Caitlyn is pushing her towards the dark path. Like just the easy mirror there, I guess. But in this case, it's just like, okay, here's all the like fun, great things that these two characters had. They totally had these guys. Shame you didn't see it until now, but
Wait, her eyes go red here for a second.
is that
Wait.
just
It could just be stylistic, but it also kind of makes her look kind of
Really?
demonic.
that's
Wait, are
very-
they red? Or is it
Yeah,
just
they're
like
red. Yeah, they're red.
amber?
It
Oh,
goes
they're
from
red. That
amber
is-
to red.
That is
Oh.
some red shit right there.
That's weird.
Damn.
That's well, like their eyes are fluctuating colors, but it's interesting. That was just a choice because it's mostly blues, I thought. But yeah, Isha basically picks up the zappy gun that I don't like, and then she shoves the other 2 gems for the Atlas Gauntlet into them.
is it just the 2 gems or is the 1 gem?
Well, there's
Oh,
one.
we see-
There's already
Yeah,
one
it's
gem
3
in there. She shoves 2 more in.
Yeah, it's the 2 from the Atlas Gauntlets and the 3rd one that was already for Jinx's
And
gun.
then she strikes a pose for a desktop wallpaper.
wallpaper.
It's a beautifully done scene. The animation is on point. I actually love the little pew she gives to Jinx. I think it's really adorable and tragic in that kind of way. Like all the art going into this is fucking phenomenal. And then she commits Sudoku.
So,
3 explosions.
throwing this out there, is the music like heroic to anyone else? Like this is
I don't like the song.
A culmination of a character arc because a child is blowing herself up. This is the
forgot
biggest
how
fuck
the
up you
song
guys
sounds.
could happen. Like you had your adoptive daughter is yes emulating Jinx, but congratulations, a child has killed itself, and the song sounds like this is a good thing.
Well, no, okay, so there's a lot to break into. One, I don't like the song to begin with. It doesn't sound right to me. I know that the intent was she's mute, so they made a song that's not in any language in this universe, which I feel like is strange when you have multiple songs in French as opposed to
Wait.
English.
I thought you said it was Chinese.
No, I'm
Well,
saying it's
he
this
made a
song is
joke
Chinese.
about blowing up.
Well,
Oh.
well, this song is in
Uh.
Chinese, but like they're like, what I mean is, it's not a song, it's not a language that's in Arcane, which is why I was confused when they said that, because I'm like, wait, you guys have like three songs, lips, please function in French, throughout this entire season. So already I'm like, okay, I guess. I guess the French songs come from the alternate world. That's maybe their intent there. So that's already kind of weird. I think this is an interesting kind of dichotomy point where Jinx raised her daughter in a way that she didn't want to be raised, and it still leads to tragedy. Like there I think is some interesting parallels to be had between her and young Powder. I don't think they're one and the same. I don't like that equivalence. I think they're actually contrasts, not comparisons. I think more so she was much more lenient towards Isha as the older, the adult figure in the room. She basically was not as, she was much more hands off. She just let Isha do whatever the fuck she wanted and only really managed her when she was in her presence. So that let Isha go off and develop into this kind of devil-may-care figure, whereas Jinx and Powder were much more spiteful, vindictive, and much more driven by their, inequalities, their presumed slights in the world.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of interesting things to be said there. So I get very frustrated when people are like, Isha doesn't have a character. No, she's a child who's been given the protection of an adult, but not any of the responsibility by one. if that makes any sense. Like she's not been reined in.
Like I would, yeah, it's exactly like she's acting in her motivations that we clearly get to see on screen, and we understand why she cares for Jinx and is enamored with her. Could we have gotten some more fleshing out of characterization and interactions between her and Jinx? Absolutely. But I feel like a lot of people, more than I would like to, are kind of conflating the two problems as being the same.
Yeah.
It's I think it also comes back to the simple fact of us talking about the montage and the song and the death by 1,000 cuts. A little bit more meat to the relationship would have gone a long way. It's why I called the like montage before her death pretty cheap. Yes, it could have happened, but I would have liked to see it before here when you're banking on it.
We did already know happened. Like we know that Jinx dyed her hair. So we basically what we were just seeing was the moment of the dyeing of the hair. We know that they painted the bugs. We saw them painting the bugs together in that flashback. So we got these moments in between moments we'd already seen.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can't deny that a little bit more time wouldn't have helped.
I mean, to be fair, Isha doesn't have an arc. I don't believe that's true.
Who said that? Who said that?
Eric.
What's their IP address? Put it on screen right now.
Mods, kill that man in Minecraft.
10,000 fucking
YouTube.
This is a joke.
Okay, all right, yeah. You know what?
Joke.
I'm gonna let I know nothing go off on his rant. I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be listening.
No. I was waiting for Fat Man to go off on his.
Fat
like,
Man,
holy shit.
Go ahead.
You say Isha doesn't have an arc. What? Look at where she. Like, she's a child.
You good?
Yeah.
She was an orphan who was like running away from gangsters. She was probably like a slave orphan, and then
More than likely.
and then like she became like the behind the scenes like myth maker for Jinx. Like she united like Zahn behind like actions that Jinx was trying to
Avoid
distance
doing,
herself from.
Yeah.
Like what kind of and then she
Yeah, and she does that because she cares for Jinx, and she wants to feel like, on some level, she wants to feel powerful and much more in control of her life.
Yeah,
Something
and
that
now
she
by
clearly
this
did not
episode-
have before, which is pretty obvious.
So
but-
to add to that particular craziness,
yeah,
this has been popping up on the craziest cesspools out there. Unfortunately, I dived in specifically, so I had more stuff to talk about here. Facebook's, Reddit, and Twitter. There is not an insignificant number of people that said, and I quote, Isha's purpose overall in the narrative was to push Jinx's character arc towards redemption, and then little else. In that sense, you could say that Isha was fridged.
Oh my fucking god! Don't! I
am bringing it up just as a topic of conversation.
I understand. I'm not angry at you. I'm just this whole thing with that's Twilight's job. Anyway, this whole thing with fridging and shit, this has gone out of fucking control.
Yeah. I was actually going to make the joke earlier that like, fridging is when you kill someone for like, someone else's character development. But
I guess
Vi and Powder's mom was like brought into existence to further Van's character development.
We're not talking
was
about
the
them.
opposite of fridged.
Yeah,
they were.
I was gonna make that joke back, but
they were defrosted.
Put in the defroster.
I was gonna say,
the thing about fridging, right? The thing about fridging is that the reason why it's bad is when you kill off a character for another character's development, when the character that dies has little to no character of their own.
I mean, even then though, is like the question is Uncle Ben? Does he get fridged?
I know.
Like that's the most popular one to go to.
the easy thing that I was actually going to bring up is I have made no secret that I don't really care for Isha, but that is in the case of I believe that her implementation in the story as a character was rather blunt.
Sure.
Personally in several things, but Fridge, no, I don't agree with that at all.
It's one of the reasons I actually had issues. I couldn't continue watching EFAP. They were very, very rough on Isha.
Really?
And yeah.
Oh shit!
Apparently.
Then.
Yeah,
I've
they-
seen
yeah,
some
they
of the
just call
thumbnails
her
of like their
Grogu.
highlights.
Okay, like
they
Yoda?
keep comparing her to
Maybe Yoda.
Grogu. Like, and it's like,
Okay, that
I was so insulted. Grogu is the most fucking worthless character. Like, it's actually, Grogu is an object in the setting of The Mandalorian.
Which
And-
is
no,
partially
Grogu-
why
Grogu's a
I'm
fetch
really
quest item.
curious to hear like random film talks next to videos on season 2 because I don't know
covers
how
Act
aligned
1,
he is with
right?
EFAP, but I do know that he does align with a lot of their criticism. He has butted heads a couple of times, I think, minorly on like their podcasts, but that's all the more reason why I'm kind of curious about it.
Yeah, I'm more intrigued now that we're nearing the end that I can start watching, because I don't want to, I don't like poisoning my own critical takes on things, but at the same time, there's just some takes like they talk about Isha as though like, oh, she just so happened to fall out of the sky and land on Jinx. And it's like, but it's the initiating, it's the inciting incident of season 2 is that like Jinx is in the middle of a gang war and a child involved in the gang war happens to fall right into what difference would it make if Jinx just walked by an alleyway where she was getting attacked and decided to kill the thugs?
It's the convenience that starts the story, which I think everyone here can agree. Yeah, a lot of conveniences are an issue. Mileage may vary, of course, as we talked about, but a convenience at the start, that's like a huge chunk of stories start like that.
Wow, it's really
Twilight
convenient.
said something earlier in the chat about Wizard of Oz, and so all I can think of is like, oh, it's real convenient that tornado was passing by Dorothy's house.
It's
Like, this is usually
it's really convenient that Vi decided to take them to rob the that Echo was there at the shop that day when Jace decided to buy the parts, and he managed to swindle him so he could follow him. Real convenient there.
Oh my
Yeah,
god, Pete, you have a great video on this whole thing.
I talked about it a little bit in the sense that like, so because Peter Parker getting bit by the spider was like one of the best examples. Like, because there are some movies that I think have very contrived inciting incidents. I think that is something that can happen. I don't think any of the examples that you guys have given it. I'm not even sure I would say that the same thing about Isha. The way I see it is that like, so with like Peter Parker as an example, it is entirely feasible that this radioactive spider at some point in time, there could be some kind of break in security, in which case might allow its escape from the facility. This might happen at some point in time where there may be some people nearby or in a location where there may be some people, and that a person in that situation, a person will understandably possibly come by and the spider will most likely bite them and give them powers. And the story would just be about them. Like, you could definitely argue, it's a huge coincidence that like, yeah, you could argue, it's it's a huge coincidence that it happens to escape at like this specific time when this specific person is around at this specific location within the vicinity of the spider. But like, it was gonna do that to someone, and if not Peter, it would have just been about
someone
them.
else.
I would love it if Spider-Man was about Peter Parker, but he wasn't the guy who got bit. Like,
That'd be hilarious.
Oh shit!
I was
Here's the
gonna
thing.
hop on.
A contrived inciting incident to me, where like the far infinitesimally more likely scenario is that like nothing in particular happens rather than like what actually happens.
I was gonna say because like Isha falls on Jinx, sure, and Jinx just randomly decides to spare her because like fuck it, why would she kill the kid? Bunch of goons show up, Jinx kills the goons and walks away. No intention to stick with the kid, and the kid follows her and just sticks to her. It's like it's all on Isha inciting like, oh, this chick saved me. I'm going to like. It's like I don't understand. It's not like Jinx decided to adopt her then and there.
Again, she's acting upon established motivations that are granted, some of which involve a little bit of inferences from the audience, but they're logical inferences given the environment and all the shit that we have been shown in the previous
of all
season
the problems
alone.
in the season, that's not. I don't think Isha is really that.
That is far away from it. Yeah.
Adam Zelke says, "Don't we have a story like that? It's Earth 65 Spider Gwen world." Yeah, we got
It
that.
is, yes.
Yes.
I mean, literally, the entire Spider Verse is just a bunch of. There's a point here. I also want to point
Whatever
out.
happened to this guy?
Yeah.
They happened to a pig.
Eric Roman said, Celtic Isha fans believe Isha should live, saying she could represent Jinx breaking the cycle, and they're making theories on how she's still alive. One, she's dead. She is so dead
She's so
hardcore.
Like it's very telling that it's a somewhat topic of conversation that with that explosion and how big it is, it's kind of convenient that all the rest of the good guys all survive and most of the bad guys survive and everyone gets out of there.
Yeah, it's
no, but
very
Isha
much
herself. No, she is not
Isha,
Jesus Yamato. Thank God.
But then, secondly, I don't think that was the point of her, because like I find about Arcane that's really good is it represents that both directions in the extreme can fail and often will fail, and that they are imperfect, that there is no perfect alternative and perfection becomes meaningless. Jinx was like, whereas Jinx was created because Vi was too strong-armed in shutting Jinx down, in shutting Powder down and not letting her participate or help or what have you, that she very much just did not allow Powder to be who she needed to be, didn't take off the training wheels effectively. On the flip side, there were no training wheels that Jinx put on Isha. She just let Isha do her own thing and then just bailed her out of her own problems. She basically gave Isha the keys to the kingdom. And Isha took that and went the other direction and she tried to be a big damned hero and sacrificed herself. And like, both of those have problems. And like, I think that's perfectly fine. Now, was it well handled? I think there's a lot of bumps along the way, but I think there's an interesting
But not
topic
to
there.
the extent where you could say that like, oh, Isha's just a
was
walking, talking plot device. Are you freaking serious?
Like I said, I
She doesn't
believe
talk,
that she's what?
He doesn't talk though.
You know, that's the first
That is
part.
true.
Exactly.
Like as I said, I believe her implementation was blunt, but super, super bad. And to the case of like, oh, Isha was like fridged or something. And I've actually looked further into it with the Reddit post that was sent to me for the specific thing.
Isha is cadaverific. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. The additional thing is that Isha is apparently not really mentioned by name in Act 3.
Does she
That
need
I
to
was
be?
just gonna.
But that's where I was going for it as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, my problem isn't how Isha dies now, but just how they don't capitalize on ever really bringing her up again afterward. And so at this point, like, I remember during the reactions, Hunter and I were getting a little suspicious, but I wasn't like, fuck this show, like we were, I think around episode 8 is when we got into fuck this show. So, like, I think that, yeah, like, just for me, like, all of this was okay, and I didn't feel like she was a plot device until, it's almost the opposite, like, until they didn't use her ever again. That's when she felt more like she was just a plot device, you know what I mean?
That guy goes back to the whole fridging thing, because one of the examples some people bring up in regards to, okay, this is an example of fridging, is like Luke's aunt and uncle in the beginning of
Aunt Soon dead and
Star
Uncle
Wars,
gonna bite
right?
For those that get that reference, you're welcome.
It's for a
so
very
good.
similar reason, where it's like, okay, Luke has an initial reaction, and yes, that propels him on to the adventure. But there is an argument that you can make, at least from these people's perspective, that like, okay, that is fridging because, okay, Luke doesn't really, we never really, hear of them again, or Luke's thoughts about them, how much they're driving is and motivating him to, stick it to the Empire and shit. Like, there's more of an argument there, especially with how little characterization they have, but them with Isha by comparison, it's not even close.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't think she was forgotten about, but I think what happened is that we just don't see a lot of Jinx in the final arc.
That's another.
I think that's really the killer there.
It's another.
My beef was, I mean, I guess we're getting ahead, but my beef was more that Isha's the only reason I think that Vi saw any redeemable qualities in Jinx back, like, episode 3, probably. Yeah, like in episode 3. And so what bothers me is that in the scene at the jail cell, I would think that Vi would be like, I know that you're a hero. I know that you'll help us because you helped her and whatever. Like, to bring it up again because that's what reunited them, or at least what stopped Vi from killing her.
Look, that
And
scene
so
has a lot of
that's why-
problems for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in a second, but it comes back to the pacing of season 2 and needing to spread it out, because in the hypothetical 4 seasons that Celtic pointed out, that would have been a really good dialogue scene.
Yeah.
Of just bringing her up. And as I think Rival pointed it out, Act 3 is a mad dash to the finish line.
It absolutely.
Yes.
And you know what? I know a lot of people are going to hate me saying this, but I think episode 7 is a real big waste of time on that front. Like, we could be doing...
Yeah, there's several things that we
you
could bring
could
up.
have really trimmed down what episode 7 was trying to do and built a lot more in the present, but they wanted to have a lot of specific things. And honestly, I get it, because like you would not want to sacrifice like the tone of that episode by suddenly cutting away to the present in some way, shape, or form. But I don't know, like, stick the Mel shit in there. Why didn't have the Mel shit in there too?
Yeah.
It's
Honestly, I agree. Like, I don't disagree, but I'm like, but that's my favorite waste of time. Like, I don't know if them delivering.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get
Hell,
it.
I'm the same way. I actually like that
Everyone
episode.
loves episode 7 for a lot of
People are
reasons.
over here like, this is why we can't have nice things, and Raymond's over here like, why the fuck do we have nice things?
Yeah, Raymond, that's my job. I'm supposed to be the one saying that.
Well, I even told Fatman that, I'm pretty sure, during our reaction, is like, wow, we spent a lot of time in an alternate universe that ultimately doesn't, like, it contributed one thing, which is Echo.
It
Oh, and it also
contributed
killed
Echo in
Heimerdinger.
the Z drive. Oh yeah, it didn't just kill Heimerdinger. It deleted that motherfucker.
Well, did it delete him? Did it really?
Didn't you say in like one of the previous streams that he's just gonna respawn?
I guess the
Probably,
question
yes.
is,
I have no
which
idea, man.
universe is he going to respawn at?
That's going
I
to be
have
the
no
fun
idea.
question.
I have honestly no idea. I'm just making a joke. 100%, the Yodel supremacy will live on in
Oh
Heimerdinger
boy,
somehow.
the scene Critter despises? You
Hey,
mean
yo.
like most of Arcane? Critter did not like most of Arcane, by my understanding.
Aw.
Yeah,
One
Critter
and
was my
two?
like emotional support crash out. Like, she saw me crashing out on Twitter, and she was like, "Yeah, I got you, Cal. It's okay."
Well, she didn't like season
Okay.
1!
Is this the first time it's happened to you?
That was my thing. I've always wanted to talk to Critter about it. Like, you know, at the same time, like, what? Wait, you didn't like season 1?
Yeah, I
What,
saw
really?
like the first episode reaction video, and she wasn't really a big fan of them. So I was like, okay, I guess she's maybe she will like the rest of the episodes better, but I guess not, probably.
Well, I mean, I guess that makes 2 people I know who don't like season 1.
Who's the second person you know that doesn't like season 1?
It's someone in a Discord that Kaiser and I are in.
Ah.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
Well, I mean, have you like done a wellness check on them?
But I think we can all agree for this particular episode, dab up your homies. It might actually save the universe.
Yeah.
Especially if they have giant hammers.
Oh, of course.
Exactly.
Yes. The hammers are important. Now, looking at the time, I don't think we're going to be able to get to episode 2. I'm pretty
Oh.
sure.
What? You mean we're not going to
episode 7.
stay up until 2 in the morning?
Yeah,
I mean, in fairness, this has been like par for the course, hasn't it?
yeah,
It has, yeah.
I
It has
wanted
been.
to so badly, but my God, it's
No,
just so
there was just so
dense.
much in this episode alone. Let's
Yeah.
be
Yeah,
honest.
you were
It was
very
never gonna
optimistic,
happen.
but I knew it wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
was,
know, I know.
Wait. Were you Oh, I now see the title of the.
Yeah,
so I'm
yeah.
so sorry. I feel really bad
Question
now.
mark.
I'm usually the one pushing the conversations and such. So
No.
I'm so sorry.
Clickbait.
Click. No, I put the question
Well-
mark in there. I didn't know. For all I knew, it was gonna take us like the entire time to get through half
Dude,
of
just
six.
put in another parentheses next to that. No.
And the nice thing is that
No.
Luby was already working on the episode 7 thumbnail, and he was like,
yeah?
he's just like, I'm like, I don't know, we might cover that tonight, so maybe hold off on that. And no, he's gonna be able to make it. Thank God.
Bro is a absolute gem. Again, the thumbnail art is so good.
Yeah, I
yeah,
don't know how we're gonna do this like when Twi comes back, because she's kind of fed up with Arcane.
Arcaned out.
She's arcaned out, and I'm like, I guess we'll have to. I don't know.
Do a different day.
We'll have to. I don't know. Go tell the cartels to go anger her Digimon opinions again.
Yeah, can you occupy her for like another 2
Okay,
weeks?
I want it known, by the way, that we are now like hoping that Twi gets stuck in Mexico, which is
Well-
not something that usually happens.
Twi rage quit. Didn't think it was happening. No, she just didn't find the I needed a break. She didn't
No,
find.
she'll come back for me, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
So we can have a podcast together. You'll come back just for me, right, Twi?
I'm
listening, motherfuckers. But no, we want you to clear out the cartels. You're doing a good job of it down there, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god.
Uh,
No breaks.
But yeah, no, it's just more that she got tired. Like we hammered a lot of the points again and again, and though we were having fun, she wasn't as keen on it, and that's fine. Not everyone's geared towards the same conversation. Like there are plenty of times where she's gone off talking about Digimon or Kingdom Hearts, where it's like, yeah, I love that stuff, but you've talked about this a billion times. It happens. It's fine.
Yeah,
She's gonna
it's
kill me
whatever.
now, by the way.
If
I said that.
I can't defend you, man.
we can-
The circle's gonna get worse for me.
Yeah. But like it
yeah, I
happens to
wouldn't
everyone
mind-
naturally in conversations. Sometimes you just kind of get sick of the thing you're talking about. It's fine.
Yeah,
it is okay.
I wouldn't mind doing it in like a different day. Hell, we can probably even do it on my stream. Kaiser versus the world. If
Well,
y'all guys want to, like during the weekend.
Maybe. Well, more so like honestly, the reason we have it on Wednesdays is because of you.
I mean, yes, but I can't really do much anything about that. I got a job.
We'll have to figure out how to do this. At the very least, next Wednesday, if all of you are keen to it. Obviously I know you get some schedules to check and such. But I would, next Wednesday we'll pick this up for episode 7. I think that'd be very exciting.
Mhm.
And I think we have a lot to talk about on that one.
Oh,
Definitely. This
the
episode.
legendary Heimerdinger tech prowess is the best way to describe it.
The last time I was
greatest
happy.
genius going on.
The last time you
Oh god.
Wow!
Oh,
wow!
I am. I gotta.
Oh shit!
Wait,
Run, everybody! Mom's here.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I was gonna say, is this something we have to talk to Murderer Birds about? Does Arnold know this?
Yeah. What's going on?
Twi joined the call.
Oh god! Oh no! Oh no!
That's why I
Everyone
said- that's
scatter!
That's why I
Scatter!
said mom's here.
See, I didn't say anything.
No, you understand that was the wrong move too. You didn't stand up for her, Kai. You're also on the hook.
I'm
Well,
I was
fluffing your
away
feathers,
from the
son, boy.
laptop.
I'm clipping your feathers, boy. I think is what you just said.
I'm already a flightless bird. Actually, I'm not. I can fly pretty well.
Yeah, we have a whole meme about it in Team Jack Dart.
Yes. Oh wait, do we? Already?
Yes, remember? Like, Twi
Oh.
asked, why are you floating? And you're like, Twi, I'm a bird.
I forgot about that. Oh, Deaderex. That was Deaderex,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, that was Derex.
Okay. Celtic is about to come Twilight's dinner. Well, it's a good thing that she's in Mexico and I'm here in the U.S.
Yeah, I think she has enough spicy food for a while.
Yeah. But no, yeah, I definitely love talking about this. So next week we'll cover episode 7, talk about the happy times and why we probably shouldn't have had them. But but yes, does anyone have anything they want to promote? Cal, I'll let you go first.
Oh, sure. I have a musical theater video essay channel called Calxiyn Cares Too Much. And also, if you want to see me play video games, I have the Calxiyn VOD channel. That's pretty much all I've been doing, so.
Yeah, all your videos on music are really good. Because I'll see the thumbnail, and I'll be like, what the fuck is she on? And then I'll watch the video, and I'll be like, oh, that's right.
I'll have to check it out then. I didn't know you had another channel talking about this stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, I kind of made it on a whim when Wish came out, and it seemed to really resonate with people. So I'm glad. I'm always down to talk about musicals if you guys if you guys ever need to talk about musicals.
Yeah, it's surprising because from what I heard, barely anything in Wish resonated with anyone. It seems like.
They barely got, resonance, period.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Celtic Phoenix is secretly a penguin. Oh.
You're a lava penguin, I guess.
Okay, that actually sounds kind of dope.
I feel
Fat
like
Man, you
that's
got anything you want to promote?
Yeah, I am. Actually, this month, before the end of the month, I'm gonna be putting up a preview of my next video because I need money. So you can go to my Patreon. Also, my streams are on Mondays and Tuesdays for the time being, while we're playing Omori on Tuesdays, and we're doing well, right now we're going through Pokemon and judging how original and or smashable they are, which is a lot of fun. So we're doing that on Monday, and we're doing Omori on Tuesdays.
We had the whole Pokemon tier list that we did, and we just never got back to it.
Oh yeah, you guys did Gen 1 with Tom.
Yeah, and then Tom basically just flooded us with stats. And it was like, oh god.
We know. We besides the fact that we did a Nuzlocke in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, we don't know anything about competitive Pokemon. So yeah.
Also,
No, this is
I need to clarify
vibes-based.
before the end of the month. So you mean 2 days?
Yeah, is it really 2 days? Yeah, it's 2 days.
28.
So yeah,
it's 2 days, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, February.
I'll send you to the mythical date of February 33rd, which doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's when you start your 1 month free trial on February 29th. You get 4 years of Netflix for free.
Holy shit, the perfect system.
But I know nothing. You got anything you got to promote?
As always, thanks to Celtic for putting my debut novel in the description. I appreciate that. My debut YouTube video, the script is all done. I am now currently in the editing dungeon between work, which, fuck me, you guys didn't tell me how much this sucks.
Hey, look, the editing dungeon is a way of life.
Yeah.
I'm getting
you have to love that part unconditionally, or else you're just not going to make it.
Like I do.
That's fair.
Or you can pay people, but for that you need money.
I don't got money.
Exactly. Well, sucks to suck.
But if all goes well in my life / nothing crazy happens in my professional life, then that should be out decently soon. I'm not going to promise any dates because, well, I'm knocking on wood really fucking hard when I say if nothing bad happens. So
Right.
Okay, Pete.
Oh, right. I have a channel.
That's not something you want to hear.
motherfucker, you make great videos. Oh, I have a channel looking head ass.
You haven't seen my videos?
Oh, I forgot to ask,
Yes.
how many pins can we take out?
We can take out 4.
Oh, perfect.
Yep.
Oh, wow! I guessed it right.
But yeah, Pete, please go.
But yeah, I was making a video that was responding to this one guy who made a cringe video last year, and I've just been finding more. It's gotten like more than 4 hours long, and the editing just never stops. I don't know when I'm gonna put it out, but like right now, I'm just kind of in a phase where I stream every Saturday evening Eastern Standard Time. We're playing through Kingdom Hearts 2, and then once I'm done with that, we're probably gonna play Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Come on down. I have fun chats with anyone who's in the chat. And if you're a regular, I take suggestions on what to play next. So there's that.
Okay, and Kaiser, you got anything?
Yeah. Unfortunately for me, I won't have anything for this month. Just real life and school and everything is kicking my ass. Senior year, and I'm trying to get my bachelor's, so I'm trying to make sure everything is just coming together. But I am hard at work making a highlights video of a stream I had with Sai Scribbles. So I'm hard at work doing that right now. I even showed the thumbnail for it, drawn by her. Well, maybe not drawn. Actually, yeah, it was mostly drawn by her. I put that in my community notes if y'all want to check it out. I am planning on also streaming this weekend if possible. So if there's a video, I have a few videos in mind I'm going to respond to. And of course, all of the stuff on my channel is there. I'm going to put out some shorts for y'all to see. So stay tuned for that.
Awesome.
What about pants? Is it only shorts?
Well, it's kind of warming up lately, so I feel like that's overrated.
Okay. Well, okay. 2 questions: jorts and skirts.
Don't you mean a skirts?
Well,
No
no.
capris,
Are
right?
you crazy? No.
Oh my god.
You know how YouTube recently introduced 3-minute shorts? I think they should call those capris.
What do you call those pants that are like long legged but they zip off to make shorts? What do you call those?
Oh, I just call them zip-offs.
Tetsuya Nomura?
I hate how right you are. All right, so and as for me, still working on fixing Ruby. Remember, if you're an artist, go ahead and audition. The audition link is there's a video on my channel, so be sure to do that. You can join the Sketchy Huntsman and all that fun stuff. And then let's see, what else do I got going? Still working on Stellar Sentinels, which is just going on in the background. Got some great voice acting that I've been putting into the series. I know a lot of people don't know what that is yet. Don't worry, you will eventually. And then finally, I have my Hero video, which all the audio, save for some cutaways, is completely edited and ready to go. So I need to actually just start doing visuals, which are slightly easier, but also slightly messier. It really is just a give and take in editing, which is better and worse. But yeah, other than that, that's about it. If you want to support us, $1 on Patreon. My Patreon gets you access to the Team Frostbite Discord server. Which means you get to join us for Bad Fanfiction Night every Friday night. And sadly, not this Friday night. Twy will still be in Mexico. So yeah, but then you can join us. Bad Fanfiction Night. That's fun stuff. It's good. That's about it. Thank you all so much for coming, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
All right. Ciao.
See y'all around.
Bye.
Stay platinum.
Bye.
Oh shit, I forgot. I didn't make a no the misery joke.